A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. To Molly's relief, Mr. Allison, Sylvia's father, has arrived. Ready, it seems, to take his daughter home. Not that Molly wants this, for Molly's become convinced that Sammy's salvation, and Sylvia's, lies in the careful hands of Dr. Christopher Cater, a psychiatrist who's treating these two young people. Sammy resents him, but Sylvia has begun to cooperate with him. And to Mr. Allison's amazement, the cooperation has gone far enough for Sylvia to say that she won't go home unless Dr. Cater tells her to. The tragic relation between Sammy and Sylvia, the personal crisis through which they have passed, is, of course, absent from the imagination of Jake and Mr. Allison. They're plain people. They refuse to believe in what's new. And Sammy's obstinate in his particular way, too.
I'm getting out of bed, Ma. And right now. Why do I have to be up here away from everybody and everything? I'm all right. Oh, there's nothing wrong with me, and nobody's going to make me believe there is. I'm all right. Get my slippers, Ma.
Here. Sam, if you feel strong enough.
Oh, you bet I'm strong enough.
So, wait before you move, dear. I'll get you a wet cloth, and I'll dampen your face, and you'll feel fresh. Please, Sam, you'll just put on your bathrobe, and then you'll come downstairs. Wait, dear.
All
wait,
right.
Please. Rosalie, listen to me careful. Bring up a little basin with local hot water and a hot sauce. You hear me? Now listen for it. I want Sandra's light space bathrobe. To run my irons with a zigzag stripe. You hear me? Start it immediately.
Ma, did Sylvia go with her father?
Where, Sam?
Please, Ma, don't pretend you don't know where he went. He went to Dr. Cater's, didn't he?
Well,
He did, didn't he?
I think
You
that...
don't think, you know.
Dr. Cater wanted to speak to Mr. Allison.
Well, there's going to be an end to all this speaking, Ma. It's going to be finished.
Oh.
He knows too much from me, and he wants to know too much.
Oh.
Well, he's got Sylvia eating out of his hand. Can't you see what he's doing to her? You think you can keep me locked away up here and have everything fixed and finished before you let me out?
Oh.
Well, I'm as smart as all of you.
That's the one I meant. Bring it hither.
Give me my bathrobe.
Are you getting out of bed, Sam?
Yes, I'm getting out of bed. You don't want me to get up either. You don't want me to know what's going on either. Well, I know what's going on. I understand as well as all of you. I'm as smart as the all-knowing intellectual Dr. Cater.
He's only trying to help.
Well, I don't need any help. What's wrong with me that you all think I need help?
Sam.
Get out.
What's going on here?
Nothing, dear. Nothing. Go down there slowly, and I'll call you when I want you to help me take Pamela down.
You feel well enough to get up, Sammy?
Yes.
Your shoulder don't hurt you?
People walk around with their arms in a cast.
But you feel strong
Yes,
enough?
yes, I feel strong enough. How many times do I have to say I feel strong enough? There's nothing wrong with me, nothing at all. You hear? I'm all right. Now, why don't you all leave me alone? If I want to get up, I'll get up.
Sammy, please go.
Please.
Come, Rosie. You'll go down.
All right. Pamela, I'll just wash your face a little bit. Yes, dear? You always liked your face clean and your hands too. Even when you was a little baby, before you could talk even, you always pulled my apron and showed me your hands, and I knew what you wanted. Clean hands.
Yeah, that's what I want, Mama. Clean hands. And my hands won't be clean until I'm married to Sylvia. I've got to marry her. I have to. Yes, and that's what she wanted, too, before this doctor confused her mind until she doesn't know what she wants anymore.
Give me your hand.
Oh, Ma, this world is full of smart people like Dr. Cater, always ready to prescribe for the happiness of other people.
Yes, give me
Now, what does he know about me? And what can he know about Sylvia?
You ought to hand down.
He's nothing but a pseudo-doctor anyhow. With a lot of fancy names for the ordinary feelings that people have. Well, whatever he tells Mr. Allison won't affect my life. I'll live just the way I feel like.
All right, all right. Just let me freshen you. That's all, and then you'll see. You come down there, and then you'll see.
as Sammy talks on, proving with every word and action how sick he is. Young Dr. Christopher Cater faces Sylvia's father across the desk in old Dr. Cater's office. Surrounded by the symbols of the profession of healing, this representative of the newest version of that profession finds that Mr. Allison has ideas of his own about Sylvia.
Excuse me, Dr. Cater, but that you take for granted why I'm here.
Am I wrong?
Definitely. If my daughter Sylvia hadn't said to me that she would only go back home with me if you told her to, I wouldn't be here now.
Oh.
And I've only come here to ask you what right you had to take her under your care without first consulting me.
You mean you object?
Wouldn't you if your daughter told you that only another man's word would release her?
She said that.
She did. And I came north to take her home.
To take her where, Mr. Allison?
Home.
My understanding was that she didn't have a home.
What's that supposed to mean?
That she didn't have a home.
My home is her home.
I understood also that you didn't have one either.
I don't think I have to talk to you about that, Dr. Cater.
Of course not.
In fact, I want you to tell my daughter that you refuse to see her any longer.
What right have you to tell me what to do?
My daughter is underage. I'm her legal guardian.
Legal?
Yes.
I'm afraid that's all you are, Mr. Allison, a legal guardian. And a pretty bad one at that.
I beg your pardon.
No, I'm not insulted, so you don't have to excuse yourself. You're a complete washout as a parent, Mr. Allison.
Dr. Cater, who do you think you are? I came here to speak to you about what you did to my daughter.
You're like all the rest of the fools who are permitted to run loose and wreck the lives of the people they deal with.
If you'll excuse me for saying so, I don't think much of the opinion of a man who proposes to cure by magic. I'm practical.
You can't see beyond the end of your nose. Let me tell you a few things, Mr. Allison, and then you can do as you like.
I have no time.
You'll have to listen. In the first place, let me introduce myself. I'm in charge of the Department of Psychiatry at the biggest hospital and medical school in America, and the one with the biggest reputation. I've testified in hundreds of cases at court as an expert, and no one, prosecution or defense, has ever questioned my opinion. My books are used in the study of mental aberration. I'm what is popularly known as a specialist. Is that clear?
That may be so.
It is so. And next, I took this case only because my father asked me to help one of his neighbors. I interfered with a hard-earned vacation to help someone who lived across the street. Your daughter happens to be involved in it. I started to treat her. Let me tell you, she's sick. Sick, ashamed, and heartbroken, ready to lose everything. Yes, her mind, you understand? A little more of you and Sammy Goldberg, and you'll have to keep your daughter in one of those tragic places where people who no longer resemble human beings are kept. And you're the main cause of everything. Well, you're as guilty as the man who takes a knife and kills someone. Because the knife of your past is raised over Sylvia's past. And I'm the one who has raised his hand to prevent it from falling. Is that clear? I'm busy, Mr. Allison. Come back when you're ready to apologize. Meanwhile, I'll continue to treat Sylvia as I see fit and the way it should be done according to my judgment. You're nothing but a blind, medieval fool wrapped in the professional flag of the conventional parent. You're the symbol of the ignorance of well-meaning people who have brought so much misery in the world. The good life, Mr. Allison, is not made by good intention. May I tell you something else? Only knowledge and patient understanding can keep sanity and health in the world. Good afternoon.
Slowly, Mr. Allison turns and leaves. Not cured of his folly, but deeply impressed. And Dr. Cater starts to march angrily up and down in his room, stirred a little by his own words. And a pathetic picture of Sylvia Allison.
Terrific entertainment. Shear, Melvin Douglas in We Were Dancing, plus a hero in overalls. Joe Smith American, starring Robert Young with Marcia Hunt, starts Thursday, Low State, Grauman's Chinese.
Take these cow. Oh, the the Jell-O program, coming to you from the new NBC studios in San Francisco, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with We Did It Before.
Friends, the next time you have Jell-O for dessert, see if you don't notice that it's better than ever. Because today, that famous flavor that has made Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert is even richer and more delicious, thanks to Jell-O's new and exclusive process. This new process, locks in the Jell-O flavor, protects it for your enjoyment, heightens the pleasure that Jell-O gives you. Now, more than ever before, you'll find real joy in Jell-O. You'll thrill to its bright, shimmering beauty. And you'll know a new delight in its tangy, zestful flavor. Flavor as refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. But prove to yourself what tempting goodness you get in Jell-O's new locked-in flavor. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles and notice how Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out. Delightfully good, gloriously rich. Get Jell-O tomorrow and discover what a lot of extra enjoyment you get in Jell-O's locked-in flavor.
We Did It Before, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, we are assembled here today to dedicate the new NBC building in San Francisco. Yes, sir. So it is only fitting and proper on this momentous occasion that we bring you a man who was also present when Robert Fulton dedicated the first steamboat, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking to a brand new microphone. And, Don, I'm in too good a mood today.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mac. Testing. Testing. Okay, go ahead.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I'm in too good a mood today.
Pardon me, Mr. Wilson. Hello, Mac. Testing. Okay, go ahead.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I'm in too good a mood today.
Hello, Steve.
Wait a minute. What happened to Mac?
He just got drafted.
Oh, I was wondering. Anyway, Don, I am really in a marvelous mood today. Here we are in this beautiful building, and it sure is a thrill being here for the opening of these new studios, isn't it?
Yes, Jack, I've never seen such a gorgeous layout. The surroundings are so luxurious, and the page boys and ushers have such swanky uniforms.
You think the page boys are swanky? Don, you know that apple machine they've got backstage?
Yes?
Well, I got an apple out of it just now, and the worm was wearing a tuxedo. I didn't mind that so much, but he looked me straight in the eye and said, "You better be good tonight, buddy." There's a worm I hate. So fresh.
And another thing, Jack, I've never seen such courteous and obliging staff. Well, the service is simply wonderful.
Service is right. Don, have you noticed the beautiful elevator operators they have here?
Oh, I sure have.
Well, talk about service. I stepped into the elevator a little while ago, and the girl said to me, "Up, down, or shall we neck?" I took up like a darn fool. Imagine, huh?
But seriously, Jack, this building represents the last word in scientific advancement.
It certainly does.
It's a testimonial to the ingenuity of 20th century communications.
That's right.
It's a tribute to modern engineering and a milestone in the progress of radio.
Yes, Don. And in a couple of hours, Fred Allen will be on the air and prove that all this was in vain. You know, Don, Allen's program is the only major Bose unit I ever saw that never went anyplace. But getting back to the dedication of this building, I think that...
Right this way, folks. Follow me, everybody. This is Studio A.
A sightseeing tour right in the middle of the program.
Now, folks, let me call your attention to this beautiful auditorium. Note the apple green walls, the vivid orange drapes, and the big blue eyes of our master of ceremonies.
Now listen, buddy, we're right in the middle of a broadcast.
Quiet, please. This room can seat 325 people, or 650 if they want to cuddle.
Now look, buddy.
Are there any questions, please?
Yes, what time does the bus leave for Petaluma?
Mary, come here, will you? Now stick around. We're on the air.
Okay. See you later, Abercrombie.
Now follow me, folks, and we'll proceed to Studio B. If you get lonesome, Mary, I'll be down the hall.
Mary, what's the idea of following that guide around on a sightseeing tour?
I dropped my handkerchief, and
he won't give it back to me. Oh.
You know, Jack, I went all through the building, and it sure is gorgeous.
You're telling me.
Yes, Mary, Jack was remarking about the beautiful girls that run the elevators.
You think they're something? You ought to see the cute fellow that runs a freight elevator. He looks just like Cesar Romero.
Cesar Romero?
Yeah. When I got on, he said, up, down, or shall we rumba?
Well, that is service. How'd you happen to come up on the freight elevator anyway?
I got a hot tip from a girlfriend of mine.
Oh, I'll have to ride down with that guy. I want to brush up on my Charleston. Of course, NBC is so commercial, he'll probably charge me 10 cents a dance, you know.
What do you mean commercial? NBC is paying all of our expenses while we're here in San Francisco.
They are?
Yes. They're paying for all our food, taxis, and entertainment.
They are?
And they're even paying our hotel bills.
Well, that settles it. I'm going to get a room tonight. Mary, are you sure NBC is paying for our food, too?
Of course.
Well, why don't somebody tell me these things? I've been here 2 days. How do I know how much food I've had?
Very simple. Just take the sandwiches you brought up from Los Angeles and subtract the ones you didn't eat.
Mary, I only packed a couple of sandwiches, and I ate them on the train. It's a long trip, and I got hungry.
Well, if you were hungry, why didn't you eat in the diner?
The diner?
Yeah, you ought to go in one sometime. They got tables and waiters and everything.
I know. Where do you think I get my toothpicks on the train? I wish I'd have known about NBC paying our expenses, though. You know, in the first place...
Right this way, folks. Follow me, everybody. This is Studio A.
This is getting to be awesome.
Let me call your attention to this beautiful auditorium. Note the apple green walls, the vivid orange drapes, and the old gray wig on our master of ceremonies.
Now, just a minute, buddy.
Buddy's my brother. I'm Abercrombie.
I don't care who you are. I don't want you interrupting in the middle of a broadcast.
Quiet, please. There are 300 people now seated in the studio, folks. 25 walked out since I was here last.
That's a lie. Now beat it, will you?
Are there any questions, please?
Yes, when do we get to Chinatown?
Oh, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
That terrific applause you just heard, folks, is breaking Benny's heart.
Oh, get out! Fresh guy.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in front of the building just now, and you know that...
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. Having a good time up here?
Well, but I'm a little lonely.
Lonely? That's too bad.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in front of the building just now, and you know that big...
What are you, What? What do you mean lonely? Didn't you call that telephone number I gave you?
Yeah, but a girl answered, so I hung up.
You hung up?
I like to play hard to get.
Well, that makes sense, but only to you.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was out in front of the building just now, and you know that big mural they got there? That's got all different colors?
Yes?
Well, the booklet says it's got 1,752,812 individual pieces of tile in it. That's a lie.
How do you know?
I counted them.
You counted them? I never saw anyone so suspicious.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack. Dennis wasn't the least bit cynical till he came to work for you.
What do you mean?
Every payday, you make him guess which walnut shell his salary's under.
Well, certainly. I just make a game out of it.
I hope I win pretty soon. I gotta have a tooth fixed.
Oh, has a tooth been bothering you, Dennis? Let's have a look at it.
You can't fix it here. Wait till after the program.
I wasn't fixing. I was looking. Oh, Jenny, dear. Well, Dennis. Dennis. Oh, we're nuts. It's the end of the season, you know. Dennis, I think we're about ready for a musical salute to this new building, so let's have your number.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I better test that new microphone before you sing, see if it's all right. Hello, Mac. Hello, Steve. Testing. Hello, Mac. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Dirk.
Well, it's working all right. Go ahead, sing, kid.
You are always in my heart, even though you're far away. I can hear the music of the song of love I sang with you. You are always in my heart, and when skies above are gray, I remember that you care, and then and there the sun breaks through. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, but I'm sure we'll meet again, dear, and my darling, till we do, you are always in my heart. Just before I go to sleep, there's a rendezvous I keep, and the dream I always meet helps me forget we're far apart. I don't know exactly when, but I'm sure we'll meet again. And my darling, till we do, you are always in my
Was always in my heart, sung by Dennis Day. And just think, Dennis, that's the first song to emanate. Bad word to monkey with there, too. And just think, Dennis, that's the first song to emanate from this new building. Huh?
Emanate? That's a hot one.
What? What do you mean that's a hot one?
How that got by the censors, I'll never know.
What are you talking about?
I've been around.
Oh, be quiet. Silly guy. No use postponing it. I got to have a talk with that kid. And now, folks, in the first...
Right this way, folks. Follow me, everybody. This is Studio A.
Well, here we go again.
Folks, let me call your attention to the apple green walls, the vivid orange drapes, and the pink elephant skipping about in the orchestra.
Now, Buddy, for the last time...
Quiet, please. Any questions, please?
Yes, where's Phil Harris, my favorite band leader?
All right, Maestro, come over.
Gee, what a reception. Thank heavens I'm not egotistical.
We had to rehearse him on that word egotistical.
Come on, Phil, we're waiting for you.
He's got a program to do, now beat it.
Okay, follow me, folks. Nothing's going to happen here anyway.
I'm going to report that guy. Well, expectant. Going to be a father in a couple of days, you know. Well, I've been trying to get hold of you all day. Where are you stopping?
Well, Frankie, my guitar player, and me checked in at the Fairmont. We got the bridal suite.
The bridal suite, eh? How do you like it?
Not so hot. Last night, Frankie married the chambermaid, and I had to sleep in the lobby.
Well, I'm glad to hear that Frankie has finally settled down. I must send his bride some sort of a wedding present.
Don't send her no mop. She's got 8 of them already.
Oh, maybe I'll send her a nice galvanized pail or something. I'll have it monogrammed. What's her name, Phil?
I don't know. Hey, Frankie, what's her name?
I don't know. Hey, there!
Never mind. Forget it.
I'll just send her a plain pail. And incidentally, Phil, just because NBC is paying your expenses in San Francisco, you don't have to splurge on a suite.
Gee, is NBC paying Mr. Harris's expenses up here?
Yes, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Are they paying mine, too?
Yes, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Then let you and I check out of that all-night movie.
Don't worry, Dennis. We're moving over to the Palace Hotel.
Can we get a bridal suite, too?
Well, yes, if the hotel is crowded.
I wish I had my hope chest here. My silk pajamas are in it.
Oh, sure. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, for our feature attraction this evening, the Benny Fisherman's Wharf isn't the only thing around here that smells players. Will present an original drama in honor of this new NBC building. Now, it isn't common knowledge, but approximately 100 years ago, on the very spot where this great edifice now stands, there was a little gambling house and dance hall known as the Happy Hour Tea Room.
Yes, sir. The Happy Hour Tea Room? Well, how'd they get that name?
A guy ordered tea there once, and the bouncer slapped him till he was happy. So for our play this evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to reenact a scene that took place on this very spot over 90 years ago. Now, I will be the proprietor of the Happy Hour, that famous gambler, Jack Ace Hawkin.
You're going to be a gambler.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You wouldn't bet $4 that Oakland Bridge goes to Oakland.
I'll take that bet. Not a gambler, eh? Anyway, Mary, in our play, you're going to be Lulu Davenport, my sweetheart.
Oh, fine.
Who is madly in love with a handsome young bartender.
Oh, fine.
Looks like. The part of the bartender will be played by Phil Harris. Phil, here's a book on how to mix drinks.
Are you kidding?
Definitely. Now, Dennis, you're going to be an old prospector. You think you can do it?
I'm starving, I tell you, sir.
That was last week. Now, Don Wilson.
Yes, Jack.
Don, we want some authentic San Francisco atmosphere, so you're going to play the part of Nob Hill. Lay down. Or lie down, rather. I'm sorry, Morty. Lie down. And now, folks, this thrilling and nostalgic drama of yesteryear will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Where are you?
I'm calling from Oakland, boss. I'm stopping with friends here.
Well, it's about time you called. I've been trying to locate you for 2 days.
I just ran across myself.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, you see, I was born in Oakland, boss.
Uh-huh.
And ever since I got here Friday, things have been delightfully out of focus.
I can imagine. Now, Rochester, you work for me, don't you?
Yes, sir.
In other words, your job is not to be in Oakland, but here in San Francisco at my hotel. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're supposed to unpack my bags, press my clothes, and answer the phone. Now, what happened?
First time the phone rang, it was for me.
Well, listen, Rochester, you come over to my hotel immediately. We're leaving for Los Angeles tomorrow, and I don't want you to miss that train.
That's why I called you, boss. Can I spend the week up here? You see, next Wednesday is my birthday.
Next Wednesday is your birthday? Rochester, if I remember correctly, you celebrated your birthday about a month ago.
I did?
Yes, you did.
Well, you can take my word for this, boss. I'm blushing.
You better blush. And I'll watch on that train tomorrow afternoon. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Does Miss Livingston need a new maid or something?
A new maid? No, not that I know of.
Okay, so long. I'll think of something, honey.
Rochester! Rochester, who are you talking to? Every time I take that guy somewhere, I can never find him. Play, Phil. Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Phil, I want to congratulate you on the way the boys are all dressed up for this great occasion.
Yeah, ain't they natty?
Natty is right. They're all shaved, every one of them. How'd that happen?
One of the boys ran across a lady barber down the street.
I know there must have been an added attraction there somewhere. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
You know, fellas, Jack used to go with a lady barber in Waukegan.
Oh, forget it, will you?
They were even engaged to be married till a terrible thing happened.
Mary, I said forget it.
No. What happened, Mary?
One day she slapped a hot towel on Jack's face and then picked his pocket.
The dirtiest trick I ever had played on me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there I was in the chair, never dreaming that Christina was a crook. But it looks like. And now, ladies and gentlemen, all right, so I pay for my haircuts now. Who cares? For our featured attraction this evening, we present a saga of the early days in San Francisco entitled Jack Ace Hawkin's Revenge, or He Didn't Mean to Kill Her, but He Doed It. Thanks, Red. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The time, ladies and gentlemen, is April in the year of 1849. The scene, the office of Jack Ace Hawkins at the Happy Hour Gambling Emporium. Curtain, music.
I had enough of this. Take that. And that. Those gall darn flies annoy me. Shoo.
Another killing. You're the meanest man in these parts, Jack Ace.
Just make that ace. I'll feel more comfortable. How's business tonight, Lulu?
Pretty slow. Someone poured molasses in the roulette wheel.
Doggone things sure have been tough lately. Come in.
That's some news for you, Ace. That's some news for you.
You have?
Yep. They just discovered gold at Sutter's Mill.
Gold at Sutter's Mill? How do you know?
I read it in Herb Cain's column.
That boy sure gets around. You hear that, Lulu? A gold rush. Come on, let's go out and mingle with the customers. And I'm going to make a fortune tonight, or my name ain't Jack Ace Hawkins. Doggone, I got to change that name. What a mob. We lose more darn piano players. Look at that crowd of prospectors. They all got gold. I'm going to trim the suckers, Lulu, and buy you an emerald as big as my fist.
Well, make it a good one this time. The last one you bought me said 7 up on it.
Don't worry. Hey, Curly, give me a drink, will you?
Okay, Ace, what'll it be?
Lemon phosphate. Put a Mickey in it to kill the taste. How's the business, Curly? How you doing?
Fine. With this sticky beer on my fingers, I'm taking in more than you are.
You better watch yourself, Curly. There's one thing that can't stand. It's a crook.
Hey, partner, how about a little service here? What'll it be, Clem? I'll have a dish of Jell-O with that new locked-in flavor.
Jell-O?
You want it straight or with sliced banana? Straight.
Men were men in those days, folks. Hey, stranger, I see you got a big bag of gold dust there. How'd you like to play a little stud poker with me?
Oh, thanks. I'd rather dance with Lulu.
Well, either way, we can't lose. Go ahead.
Pardon me, mister. I'm looking for Ace Hawkins, the famous crook.
That's gambler. I'm Ace Hawkins. What can I do for you?
Well, I just got in from Sutter's Mill, and I'm loaded. You know where I can double my money?
I sure do, partner. Sit right down here at this table. I'll teach you how a play a little game called high card.
Okay, here, bartender. Hold my yo-yo.
Now, this is for $100. We both cut and the high card wins. Go ahead. What's your card?
7 a diamond. What's yours?
7.5 a diamond. I win. Shall we try it again?
Sure, that was a close one.
Okay, this for another 100. Go ahead. Take a card. What is it?
Sally Kendall, Greystone 8700.
How did that get in there? Take another one.
Okay.
What do you got?
Holy smoke!
Well, what is it?
The 0 of hearts. You win again.
That's 200. Now, I'll tell you what, stranger. Let's cut the card just once more for all the gold you got. What do you say?
Okay, but I want to keep my yo-yo.
Fair enough. This time I'll take a card first. I got the Jack club. What's yours, stranger? Well, what's your card?
There's something wrong here. I got an 8.
An 8? Why, you're nothing but a low-down thieving thief. I'm a-taking your gold, stranger, and I'm a-taking it right now.
Oh, no, you don't.
Watch out, partner. He's got a gun.
Yes, and I'm going to use it. Now, give me that gold, stranger.
Right this way, folks. This is Studio A.
This program came to you from San Francisco. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony Incorporated, Packard Distributors. Keep up morale with lovely hands. Protect nails and polish with Seal Coat Lick.
This is Jack Benny, that gray-haired carrier pigeon talking.
Uncle Sam has clipped an important message on my ankle, and I'm going to give it to you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to win this war. And we'll win it a lot sooner if we all line up solidly behind our armed forces and keep them supplied with all the tanks and planes and guns and ships they need to do this tremendous job. And we can do that by buying war-saving bonds. We must put aside $1 out of every $10 we make, 10% of our income, and buy war savings bonds. That's our quota, and let's meet it with the same determination that our boys are meeting the enemy. Buy those bonds and buy them right now. Thank you.
The Jell-O program, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Jump for Joy.
When you take a package of Jell-O off the pantry shelf these days and make up a grand Jell-O dessert, you can count on something extra delicious. Yes, extra delicious, extra rich, more flavorful and more enjoyable. Because today, Jell-O's flavor is locked in. Locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles by Jell-O's new and exclusive process. This process protects Jell-O's tempting goodness, makes it even more of a delight. Never was Jell-O more enticing, more attractive looking than it is today. And thanks to Jell-O's new process that locks in the flavor, Jell-O now tastes better than ever. It's a new high in tangy, zestful flavor. Flavor as refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. But let your very next package of Jell-O prove it. Open the package. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O, and lo and behold, out will come Jell-O's captive goodness in a perfect flood of rich flavor. Get Jell-O tomorrow, friends, and see if you don't agree that Jell-O's locked-in flavor really is extra delicious.
Was Jump for Joy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Jack Benny has started work on his new picture with Ann Sheridan. So tonight we would like to show you what happened when the whole gang paid Jack a visit at Warner Brothers studio yesterday. Jack told us to come over to his dressing room about 9 a.m. and said that he'd take us over.
My mama done told me, son, a woman will sweet talk and give you the big eye, but when the sweet talking's done...
Now, where did I put that script?
A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing to leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Now, where's that script? I have to learn my scene with Ann Sheridan. It's very important.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe. They love me there. Oh, here it is.
Wherever the four winds...
Rochester, I'm sorry to interrupt your sunrise serenade, but if you don't mind, I wish you'd help me rehearse my lines for today. Here's your part. You be Miss Sheridan.
Oh, boss.
I just want you to read her lines so I can learn mine. Now, this is the sequence where I propose. It's a very tender love scene. Now, let's get going.
Well, as a rule, I don't get romantic until about dusk.
Now, quit stalling. You're going to be Ann Sheridan, and I'm going to propose to you.
Okay, get down on your knees and let's go.
Don't have to get down on my knees. That's old-fashioned. Now, start here on page 23. You're Connie, and I'm Bill.
Yes, sir.
I speak first. You're seated in the patio wearing a white organdy gown, and you're sipping a lemonade.
Lemonade?
Yeah. And you're in a very gay mood.
Can't you make that a Tom Collins lemonade suppression?
Rochester, I'm not interested in your reaction to liquid. Now, pay attention. Now, Bill enters through the French doors. That's me. Connie, I've come back. Come back to ask you a question that means more to me than life itself.
What is it, my sweet?
Connie, will you marry me?
But, boss, this is so sudden.
That's Bill, this is so sudden. Now, read your next line.
Okay. You look tired, Bill. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Well, Connie, I'm waiting for your answer. The answer that will fill my heart with joy.
A girl shouldn't rush into these things, Bill. First, I'll have to ask Mater and Tater. Who are they?
That's your mother and father in Latin. You see, you're a society girl.
Oh!
Now, let's continue. Connie, please say yes and make me the happiest man in the world.
Yes, Bill, I'll marry you.
Connie, my very own.
Bill, embarrass me.
That's embrace me. The word is embrace. Oh, Connie, you've made me the happiest. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's Rochester doing on your lap?
Huh?
It's quite all right, Miss Livingston. He just asked me to marry him.
All right, Rochester, I think I know the scene. You can start getting my clothes ready.
Yes, Bill.
I'm boss now. Well, Mary, how do you like this dressing room? It's all right, isn't it?
It sure is swanky. How'd you ever get such a gorgeous layout?
Well, it isn't mine exactly.
What?
As soon as Mr. Errol Flynn is over his coal, out we go.
You mean this is Errol Flynn's dressing room?
I don't care whose it is. I'm not going to dress in the boiler room anymore.
I don't blame you. That steam hissing must remind you of an audience.
Not that. It's too hot down there.
Say, Jack, remember that awful dressing room you had at Paramount?
Paramount. They hate me there. I'll never forget that dump they gave me to dress in. Every time I'd walk in the door, a loose board would smack me right in the face.
It was going out that bothered me.
Me too, come to think of it. Come in. Oh, it's my makeup man. Hello, Gordon.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Are we ready for our daily tussle with Father Time?
Just make me up and don't get smart.
Okay. Now, where did I put my trowel?
You don't have to fill in every wrinkle. Just put a little powder on me. Now, get going. He was on the phone, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Hello? Who? It's a Miss Hayden calling for Mr. Flynn, boss.
A girl, eh? Oh, I'll take it.
Oh, Jack, for heaven's sake.
Quiet, Mary. Flynn knows some pretty nice girls. Hello. Yes, Miss Hayden. No, this is not Errol Flynn.
Not even a reasonable facsimile.
Mary. You see, Errol's in bed with a cold. A cold. But Miss Hayden, if you're not doing anything tonight, how about dining with me and
pay half the check.
And pay half the check, Mary. Now look, Miss Hayden. Hello, Miss Hayden. Hello. Darn you, Mary. She hung up. Well, come on, Gordon. Let's get going. Make me look beautiful.
You're kidding, of course.
I am not. Do a good job. Mary, the next time I'm talking on the phone and you interrupt me, you're going to get right out of this studio. Now, believe me. Gordon, for heaven's sake.
What's the matter now?
Don't put so much makeup on my chin. Yesterday you buried my dimple.
I did?
Yes. Everybody was asking for it. Now be careful.
Say, Jack, why don't you have him darken your hair?
No, Mary, I like those gray streaks running through it. It makes me look mature.
You can't mean Victor.
Mary, leave me alone, will you? Say, Gordon, I'd appreciate it if you take that eyebrow pencil out of my ear. There's a table to lay it on.
Say, Jack.
What?
Where did Rochester get that beautiful watch?
Where? Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boy!
What are you doing with Mr. Flynn's wristwatch?
I'm modeling it!
Take that off! Look, just because we're using Errol Flynn's dressing room, we don't have to...
Well, look who's here.
Oh, hello, boy.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. Hiya, Jackson. Say, fellas, I've been waiting for you. Did you have any trouble getting in the gate?
No, we just put a little Vaseline on Wilson and squeezed him through. Never a straight line with that Harris.
Oh, you're as sharp as a doorknob.
Say, Jack, are you really going to work with Ann Sheridan today?
What was that, Don?
I say, are you really going to work with Ann Sheridan today?
I sure am, Don. We're going to do our big love scene where I propose to her.
Oh, boy, Ann Sheridan. You kiss her, Mr. Benny?
Well, of course, Dennis.
Gosh, right after you kiss her, can I kiss you?
Definitely not. No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid. See who that is, Rochester.
Hello? Who? It's a Miss Wilkins, boy. Call Mr. Flynn.
I'll take it.
Oh, Jack.
Quiet. Hello. Yes? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Wilkins. Mr. Flynn is home with a cold. But I'll be glad to take you to dinner. I'm a pal of his. You'll have to guess. No. No, it's Jack Benny. Hello, Miss Wilkins. Hello. Darn that operator, she cut us off. And just as I was doing so good.
You and Hitler.
Well, I was. See, that girl had a beautiful voice.
Ready for you in a set, Mr. Benny?
Okay, come on, kids. We're all going over to stage 7. So long, Rochester.
So long. Oh, say, boss, what'll I do if any more of Mr. Flynn's girlfriends call up?
Have the call transferred to me on stage 7.
Okay. You're going to get hooked for a meal yet.
The idea, exactly. See you later.
Which way do we go, Jack?
Down the street to our right. Stick close, Dennis.
Gee, I hope I don't faint when I meet Aunt Sheridan.
Why did you faint?
Well, I saw her in King's Row, and she was so beautiful I toppled right out of my seat.
You did?
It was all right, though. I told my girl it was indigestion.
Well, that was quick thinking. To our left here, fellas. To our left, right here. Here's the stage, right over there. Well, hello there.
Hello, Jack. How are things going?
Fine.
Good. How do you like working with Ann Sheridan?
Oh, swell.
Glad to hear it. So long, Jack.
So long.
Say, Jack, who are those fellas?
The Warner Brothers. Everybody, let's go inside. And listen, I don't want any giggling or wisecracks while I'm emoting. It throws me. Now remember that, fellas. Fellas. Pretty big stage, isn't it?
Just a minute there. Have you got passes?
Well...
You gotta have passes, you know. Come to regulations.
Well, this isn't this isn't a regular tour. These people are guests of mine. This way, fellas.
I don't make the rules, you know.
Oh, shut up. Well, come on, kids.
Jack, who's that tall fellow over there biting his nails?
Where? Oh, that's Mr. William Keeley, my director. He's just a bundle of nerves.
Pretty jittery, huh?
You said it.
I have yet to see a director here so they didn't have to carry out screaming.
Well, it's not all my fault. Miss Sheridan muffs plenty of lines, too.
Hey, Jackson, you sure they ain't a part in this picture for me?
For you? What could you do, Phil?
Well, you're doing a scene today where you propose to Aunt Sheridan, ain't you?
That's right, I do propose to her. But where do you come in?
Well, just as she says no, I ought to crawl out from under the davenport.
She's going to say yes. That's the way it's written. Uh-oh, jiggers, fellas. Here comes the director. Well, hello, Mr. Keeley.
Oh, hello, Jack. Paying us a little visit?
No. No, I'm in the picture. So absent-minded. Say, I've got a surprise for you, Mr. Keeley. I know my lines today.
Good. Then I can send this baseball bat back to the prop room.
Oh, by all means, you won't have to use force today. By the way, Mr. Keeley, I'd like you to meet a few friends of mine.
Now, Jack, I've warned you time and again about bringing sightseeing tours through the studio.
Oh, this isn't this isn't a tour today, Mr. Keeley. This is my radio gang. Huh?
Oh, I'm glad to know you all.
How do you do?
Hi, I see you.
Well, I'm raring to go, Mr. Keeley. Shall we get started?
Yes, in a minute. And incidentally, Jack, when we shoot the scene today, I wish you wouldn't stare right into the camera.
What?
In every shot, you seem to be looking for a seat in the audience.
Oh, well, I'll watch it.
Please do. I'll see you all later.
So long, Mr. Keeley. So long. Now, this was stage 7, folks. We will now proceed to stage 8, where I was... Whoop! Pardon me, I'm so nervous. I got a little confused there. Now, where's Anne? I want you to meet her.
Oh, Jack, isn't that Miss Sheridan standing over there by the camera?
Oh, yes, that's Anne. Excuse me, fellas. I'm going over and break the ice.
Ice around Sheridan? Oh, Jackson,
I'll be back in a minute. I'll look in the camera if I want to. Never saw a director yet that wasn't jealous of me. Well. Good morning, Anne.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Well, Anne, you're certainly looking marvelous this morning.
Thanks, Jack. You're looking, too.
You left out a word there, but it's all right. See, you're the cutest thing.
Jack, will you please stop pinching my cheeks? It's too early in the morning for coochie coo.
Pardon me, I always do that, don't I? Oh, say, Anne, did you get to the bunch of violets I left in your dressing room this morning?
Yes, Jack, they were lovely.
I'm glad. Huh?
But you mustn't do that anymore. You've been sending flowers to me every day.
Oh, well, it's only a gesture, really. It's not as if there were anything serious between us. Hey, Anne?
Jack, will you please stop running your hands through my hair?
Well, can I help it? I'm only human. Oh, by the way, Anne, would you mind meeting some people? It's that little group standing over there, you know?
Oh, I'd be glad to. Business is pretty bad today, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, these aren't tourists, Anne. They're the members of my Jell-O show. Come on, I'll introduce you. And you thought those violets meant that I was stuck on you or something. Silly girl.
Jack, don't skip. Let's just walk.
Oh, I'm as frisky as a lamb today, I don't know. Well, fellas, here she is. And this is Don Wilson, our announcer.
Hello, Don.
Oh, this is a pleasure, Miss Sheridan.
And this is Phil Harris, our band leader.
Glad to meet you, Miss Sheridan.
Well, hello, Phil. I've seen you so often, I feel I almost know you.
Oh, down at the Biltmore Bow, huh?
No, at Maisie's Beauty Parlor.
Look at him blush. Now, Anne, this is Dennis Day, our young tenor.
Hello, Miss Sheridan. This is the happiest moment of my life, by golly.
Well, you've met her, Dennis. Are you thrilled?
Please, don't talk to me for a minute.
I didn't know the kid was so emotional.
Pardon me, Anne. I'm Mary Livingston. Jack's too stupid to introduce me first.
I'm not stupid. I just forgot.
Well, I'm happy to know you, Mary. I've enjoyed you on all the programs.
Thanks. By the way, how's Jack been behaving?
Oh, he's been sending me violets and pinching my cheeks and skipping all over the place.
I know the whole routine.
Mary.
But believe me, Anne, he's harmless.
Oh, yeah? Harmless. Hey, who chased Hedy Lamarr all around the swimming pool at the Beverly Wilshire? Me.
Sure you chased her. She has your bathing cap.
Well, they're tough to get now. Oh, say, fellas, here comes my cameraman, Ernie Haller. Hello, Ernie. What a crew.
Oh, Anne, Jack, we're ready for the scene now.
Okay, Mr. Keeley.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet on the set.
Gee, those Warner brothers are always on the job. Nice of them to help out like that.
Now, Jack, this is the scene where you and Anne have been married 1 month and you've just had your first quarrel.
Married? But, Mr. Keeley, I learned the proposal scene. I don't know this other scene at all.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Well, here's another day shot to...
Mr. Keeley! Please. And don't worry, I'll get the scene. After all, I'm an ad-lib comedian.
Then why don't you answer Fred Allen once in a while?
Because in order to answer him, I'd have to listen to his program. And he's not going to suck me in that way. He's so smart.
Well, he was smart enough to put a finish on your play last week.
Well, I'm glad he did, because we didn't have one. Now, come on, are we making a picture around here or not?
Sometimes I wonder.
Oh.
Now, here's the idea of the scene. You and Anne have quarreled for the first time. She's begging you to forgive her, but you remain adamant.
Okay. What?
Adamant. You're cold and unresponsive.
Oh, adamant.
Now, let's run over it. Quiet for rehearsal, please.
Quiet for rehearsal.
Those Warner brothers, they're so conscientious.
Now, the scene is after dinner in your living room. And you're trying to make up with Jack, but he's reading the evening paper and ignoring you.
Ignoring Anne? Okay, I'll try.
All right, let's go. And you have the first speech.
Yes, Mr. Dillon. Oh, Bill. Bill, why must you be so stubborn? Is a silly little quarrel going to ruin our happiness and tear down all that we've struggled for? It's not fair, Bill. It's not fair. Speak to me, Bill, and I want the truth. Don't you love me anymore?
No, Connie. I'm afraid this is the end.
Oh, my Aunt Molly. Jack, put some feeling into the line. You're mad at the girl.
Mad at Anne?
Now read your line again, Anne.
Okay, I'll try.
All right. Speak to me, Bill, and I want to know the truth. Don't you love me anymore?
No, Connie. I'm afraid this is the end. I got a way or I'll let you have it.
What in heaven's name was that?
Well, didn't I do it right, Mr. Keeley?
Oh, if I only had a little chicken farm in Ventura.
Well, for Pete's sake, what's wrong now?
Jack, you're not a gangster. You're the girl's husband. You've just had a little quarrel, that's all.
Okay. Let go of my necktie. Please.
All right, Ann. Continue with the scene, please.
For a bunch of violets, I have to go through this.
Sorry, Ann. Let's go on.
Bill, I know this quarrel has been all my fault, and I'm terribly sorry. Let's kiss and make up.
No, Connie. It is too late.
It's not too late, Bill. It's not too late. Please, dear, take me in your arms and let the ashes of our love burst into flame once more.
Ooh, what she said.
Dennis. All right, Connie. I forgive you. Kiss me, my love. Kiss me.
Jack, you're not supposed to kiss her.
I know what I'm doing. Connie, kiss
Jack, stick to the script.
The heck with the script. Ann, I mean Connie. I love you. Kiss me. Speak to me.
Holy smoke, she fainted.
Fainted, eh? Ha, ha, ha. Now let Fred Allen finish this. Great.
Springtime, friends, is salad time. And what better way to celebrate the season than with a crisp vegetable salad made with tart, tangy lemon jello? It's as simple as can be to make. All you do is just dissolve a package of lemon jello in 1 pint of hot water. Next, add 1 tablespoon of vinegar and a dash of salt and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 cup each of diced cucumber, sliced radishes, and sliced young onion. Mold and serve on lettuce. And believe me, there's a perfect salad. A delightful combination of cool, crisp vegetables nestling in a shimmering mold of golden lemon jello. Don't miss trying it soon. Get several packages of lemon jello tomorrow. And when you do, be sure to ask for genuine jello, because jello's locked-in flavor is extra rich.
This is the last number of the 31st program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night broadcasting for the boys at Mather Field. Thank you, Mr. Keeley and Miss Sheridan, for appearing with us tonight. Oh, say, Ann, I think it's only fair to let the folks in on a secret. You really didn't faint when I kissed you.
No, but you nearly did.
See, I did at that. Good night, folks.
The program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beline and is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.
RCA Victor, world leaders in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, and yours truly, Don Wilson, pinch hitting for Bill Foreman. Well, Phil has always thought of Alice's money as being constant as the moon. It's never occurred to him that there might be an eclipse. We'll see what happens. But first, this word from RCA Victor. It's the tone that makes the difference. It's the tone of an RCA Victor radio that puts it in a class by itself. Music virtually floats from RCA Victor's golden throat tone system. It's an exact balance of speaker, amplifier, and cabinet that perfectly reproduces both low and high notes to give brilliant tone. And you'll find the golden throat in every RCA Victor radio and radio phonograph, and in almost every RCA Victor portable, too. So if you want big tone, beautiful tone,
You'll want an RCA Victor radio, like the Blaine, for example. The Blaine is the lowest-priced RCA Victor table radio with the golden throat. Now you can afford to have that extra radio you wanted in your home because the Blaine costs so little. And this model comes in 7 smart decorator colors to fit any color scheme. You cannot afford to miss this stylish new low-cost table radio, the RCA Victor Blaine. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Well, most men who've been married for a number of years forget to give their wives the little attentions women love, but not Phil Harris. Even after 12 years of being married to Alice, there are times when he's as attentive as a newlywed. Let's look in on one of Phil's affectionate moods.
Alice, darling, when I gaze upon the delicacy of your feminine features, I realize that Mother Nature has outdone herself. First she created the Grand Canyon, then Niagara Falls, and then you. And I know that you, her loveliest achievement, will not turn me down when I put the bite on you for $50. What do you say, sweetheart?
Get away, Clyde. You bother me.
You mean you won't loan me $50?
Oh, I'd love to, Phil, but I just don't have it on me.
How can you stand there with your big fat money belt bulging out and say that? Alice, darling, I need $50 for something very important. I need it to complete my library.
Your what?
My library. You see, I have a chance to get my hands on a rare edition of the love sonnets of Elizabeth Barrett Browning.
Oh, Phil, that's just what you've been looking for all your life.
It is a collector's item. Why, the binding alone, they say, is worth
All right. Now, Phil, tell me the truth. Why do you want the 50?
Truth, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that makes it a little harder, but I'll have a go at it. Alice, I need the money for Frankie. The poor kid, well, he needs help.
I know, but where can you get a good brain operation for $50?
The Mayo Clinic is having a rummage sale. Look, Alice, he don't need no brain operation. He needs the money for a very worthy cause. You see, Frankie... Oh, that must be him. Come in.
Hiya, Curly. Hello, Alice.
Oh, hiya, Frankie.
Say, Frankie, Phil tells me that you need $50 for a very worthy cause. What's the cause?
The cause?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I need it to send to my maiden aunt in Hialeah.
Hialeah?
Yeah, honey, that's a parimutuel farm in Florida. They raise some of the biggest paras there, and their mutuals are prize winners.
Never mind. I know it's a racetrack.
Oh, Alice. I see we can't fool you, so I'm going to give it to you straight. I need the money to fulfill a charitable pledge. Surely you won't turn down charity.
No, of course not. But what charity is it for?
The Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Humpbacked Whales.
I don't think that's going to get it, Remling.
Well, I got one more. Alice, would you back a scientific expedition to the albatross country to find...
Oh, stop it, Frankie. Fellas, if you need the money, I'll lend it to you.
Good.
But first, I want to know what you want it for.
What is this inquisition? Look, Alice, if you needed money and came to me, I wouldn't ask any questions.
Would you give me the money?
No, but I wouldn't ask any questions.
Look, Alice, we might as well tell you. We need the 50 because our bill is overdue at the corner ice cream parlor.
You two drank $50 worth of sodas?
Yep. You'd be surprised how them bourbon phosphates add up.
Phil, if you owe the money to somebody, I'll let you have it. Now, you wait here, and I'll go to my money room and get it.
And don't try to follow me again. You always get tangled up in the barbed wire. I'll be right back.
Curly?
What?
What's her money room look like?
Don't ask me. Every time I try to follow her, I get as far as the hall, and she sets up a smoke screen, and I lose her. Hey, Remley, we're going to get the money. Now, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get that dough, and we're going to go settle up her bill. Man, I'm so happy I could dance.
Oh, no, Curly, you mean you're so happy you could sing. No, I take it back.
No, it's too late. I'm already into it. Old Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon. There was 3 children from the land of Israel, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. They took a little trip to the land of Babylon. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. Nebuchadnezzar was the king of Babylon. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego took a lot of gold and made him an idol. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
And he told everybody, when you hear the music of the cornet, hit the flute, hit the harp,
you must fall down and worship that idol. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. But the children of Israel would not bow down. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. You couldn't fool them with a golden idol.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
I said you couldn't fool them with a golden idol.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
King put the children in the fiery furnace.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
Then he heaped on the coals in the red-hot brimstone.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
7 times hotter than it ought to be.
Shadrach.
And he burned up the soldiers the king had put down.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
But the Lord sent an angel with snowy white wings down in the middle of that furnace, talking to the children about the power of the gospel.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
Well, it couldn't even burn a hair on the head of old Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, laughing and talking while the fire was a-jumping.
Shadrach.
The Lord was on his side. Old Nebuchadnezzar called, "Hey there," when he saw the power of the Lord. And they had a good time in the land of Babylon. Shadrach. Shadrach. Meshach, Abednego.
Well, Phil, I've got the money right here.
Hey, Remley. Ho! Get a load of that whole sheet of $10 bills.
How come she gets it in sheets?
Man, she's such a good customer, the government sends it to her in bulk.
Oh, stop exaggerating, Phil. Now, let me have those scissors so I can cut off 5 of these $10 bills. Here you are. 10,
Good
20,
morning, everybody.
30.
Philip, I'll thank you to take your cotton-picking hands off of my sister's money. Thank goodness I got here in time to foil this holdup.
Well, it's not a holdup. I gave Phil $50 of my own free will.
Alice, you can't lend $50 to a stranger.
Well, what stranger? I'm married to him. He's your brother-in-law.
Please, you know I never accepted this old Indian as my brother-in-law. Alice, I forbid you to give him any money.
Now, Willie, this is none of your business. It's my money, and I'm going to give it to him. Here you are, Phil.
Yeah. Thanks, honey. Come on, Remley, let's go pay our bar bill.
Yeah, okay. While we're there, we can start running up a new one.
Yeah.
See you later, Alice.
Bye, Al.
Alice, dear, when will you learn? You're always giving him money and you never get it back. How long are you going to keep supporting that loafer?
Oh, now, Willie, please.
Why don't you get wise to yourself, sis? Philip only married you for your money. Why, I'll wager, if you were to lose all your money, you'd lose Philip, too.
That's not true, and I'm not going to stand here and listen to any more of this. Goodbye, Willie.
But, Alice, I tell you, if he thought you lost your money, he... Thought she'd lost the money. Yes. If he found a letter from a stockbroker saying she was wiped out, I'll bet that would prove me right. All I have to do is get the right letterhead and start typing.
Alice! Hey, Alice, I'm home. Alice, I guess she went out. Hey, Remley, what are you doing?
Nothing. Just opening this letter that was on the hall table.
Well, Remley, what's the idea of opening my mail?
It's not your mail. It wasn't addressed to you.
Oh.
It's addressed to Alice. Dear Mrs. Harris, we regret to inform you that you've been wiped out in the stock market.
Frankie, stop reading the letter that isn't wiped out. Give me that letter.
Here.
Listen to this. Due to unforeseen reverses, your Associated Steel and Copper stocks are completely worthless. Very truly yours, Chase and Reiner, Investment Bro. Rummy, did you hear that? Alice has lost all her money. This is a calamity.
Yeah. Come on upstairs. I'll help you pack.
Pack? What do I want to pack for?
Nothing to hold you here anymore.
What are you talking about? I'm not leaving. Alice is my wife, and I'm sticking with her because I love her.
How can you? There's nothing as unromantic as a broke blonde.
Frankie, don't talk like that. If Alice is busted, I'm staying with her. Because now she needs me more than ever.
Why?
She don't know how to drive, and somebody's got to take her down to her relief check.
Why does it have to be you?
Well, how else is she going to get... Of course, she could take the bus. No! Oh, Remley. I just can't believe that stock of hers is worthless. It just don't... I'm going to call her brokers and find out what happened.
That won't be necessary, Philip. I just spoke to a broker, and he said a stock is no longer worth the paper it's printed on. Oh, poor Alice. Isn't it horrible?
Well, now, wait a minute, Willie. Wait a minute. It's not as bad as you think. I know it's quite a loss. But Alice still has a room full of money upstairs.
Well, she won't have it tomorrow. Her broker said it'll take everything she has to cover her losses. Oh, Philip, Alice doesn't have a penny to her name. Doesn't it make you sick?
No. Doesn't mean a thing to me if Alice doesn't have a penny to her. Oh, those pains. Willie? Does Alice know about this yet?
Oh, no. And we'll have to keep it from her, Philip. The shock of losing her life savings might be too much for her.
Well, you're right. It is quite a loss, but Alice can always start over. At her age? Well, why not? She can get a job as a night watchman someplace.
Well, Philip, now that Alice is broke, I suppose you'll be leaving, so goodbye. And I hope your next wife is a better businesswoman than Alice.
I ain't leaving her. Even if she is destitute, I'm not going to...
Phil, where are you?
Oh, here she comes from here. Now, look, don't let her know what happened. We got to keep it from her until we figure out some way to help her.
Curly, I assure you she won't learn anything from me.
Thanks, pal.
Hello, fellas.
Well, if it ain't the charity case.
Frankie! Hey, Mom. Yeah. It's good to have you home. I missed you because I love you very much.
What's the matter? Wasn't 50 enough?
Now, look, honey, I'm serious, and I want you to know no matter what happens, you can always count on me to see you through.
Well, thanks, dear. I need you right now. I took a cab home, and I don't have any money with me. Lend me $1.
Oh, of course, honey. What kind of collateral you got?
Collateral?
Well, you ain't exactly a good risk these days.
Well, if you haven't got it, say so. I'll get it from Frankie. Frankie, can you spare $1?
Why don't you go out and get yourself a job instead of going around panhandling? Here's a dime. Go out and get yourself a bowl of hot soup. And remember, get soup and not a bottle of cheap wine.
You two cut this out. Come on now, cut it out. Phil, I need $1. Lend it to me.
All right, honey, all right. Here's $1 bill. So long, George. I'll never see you again. Alice, honey, Cap, I was just wondering, have you ever thought of going back to work?
Work?
You know, in pictures. The public loves to hear you sing.
Well, if they want to hear me sing, I'll sing right here.
Okay. Hey, Remley, get the neighbors in. We'll pass the hat around. She might pick up... I never tell. We might pick up a bob or two.
All right.
Oops, my heart went oops the moment that we met. My heart went oops, I never will forget. My heart turned hoops the moment that I met you. Oops, my feet went oops, I nearly took a spill. My knees went oops, they shook a bit until my head went oops, you mustn't let it get you. I was going for a very, what you call a solitary sort of stroll. Just a twiddling my thumbs when I heard a lot of drums begin to pound and roll. And oops, my heart went oops, I went into a spin of loop-the-loop. You must have thought me kin to nincompoop, the silly way I acted. Of course you couldn't know that you were so aglow and I was so attractive. But baby, take a bow, my heart is going oops right now.
Whoops, there it goes, my heart goes flip-flop when it sees you. Whoops, my heart went whoops the moment that we met. My heart went whoops, I never will forget. My heart turned loops the moment that I met you.
Oops, my heart went oops, it went into a spin of loop-the-loop. You must have thought me kin to nincompoops, the silly way I acted. Of course you couldn't know that you were so aglow and I was so attractive. But baby, take a bow, my heart is going oops right now. Whoops!
Hey, Remley. What? You know something I've been thinking? That Alice wouldn't have to know about losing her money if we could find some way to recoup her fortune by tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Well, it shouldn't be too hard to raise $4 million by tomorrow morning.
We don't need that much. All we got to get is $3 million, and maybe she won't miss the other $1 million.
Why do we have to have it back by tomorrow morning?
Because Monday is her counting day. Oh, look, kidding aside, Remley, it's not that much. There's only some way I could get just a few thousand to invest it.
Hey, Curly, I got an idea. Where is that worthless stock of Alice's?
Oh, it's right over here. I got it out and had a look at it. You know something? It's hard to believe. Just look, these gold-edged bonds, all this stuff, ain't worth a nickel. What do you want with it?
Well, if you want to raise some money, let's take this worthless stock and sell it to somebody.
Well, Frankie, we can't sell worthless stock.
We can try.
That's dishonest. This stuff ain't worth the paper it's written on. Even if somebody was stupid enough to buy it, I wouldn't sell it to them because if you got...
home, I'm from the grocery.
Well, if it ain't little Julius, the worthless stock buyer.
Yeah, we got the watered stock for the little drip.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Hey, Remley, we're wasting our time. This kid ain't got no big money.
We'll sell it to him for whatever he's got. Then we'll take the stock away from him and sell it to somebody else.
Remley, that's unethical. If Julius buys worthless stock, he's entitled to keep it.
Hiya, fellas. Hey, what's all them papers you got in your hand, Mr. Hammers?
Oh. Why, my boy, this is a big pile of paper here that represents a shrewd investment I made years ago. And as a result of my sharp brain and integrity, I now have this whole pile of certificates.
Oh. What are you going to do with all them Japanese war bonds?
They're not Japanese war bonds. They're stock in Associated Steel and Copper. Pardon me a minute, will you? Now, Mr. Remley,
Yes.
As I was saying, the stock is worth $750,000, but due to my being overstocked, so to speak, I'm willing to let you have this at a bargain. Now, what do you offer?
Well, I'm in a position to offer $600,000 in cash.
Uh-huh. Well, as I was saying, it's worth $750,000, but since you're a friend of mine, I might let you have it for $600,000, unless somebody else would like to make a bid. Would anybody else like to make a bid?
I would, Mr. Harris.
Very well, son. I'm offered $600,000 by Mr. Remley. What will you offer?
2 cans of salmon.
The stock is worth $750,000, and you have the nerve to offer me 2 cans of salmon?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
We need cash.
We can sell the salmon.
Will you try and get some dough out of it?
All right, I told you. I'm sorry, Julius, but I must have cash to make this a legal transaction. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you have the stock for $200. What do you say?
Mr. Harris, this sounds like a wonderful investment, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to be the first one to tell you to drop dead. Where'd you get this phony stock?
I tell you it ain't phony. This is Associated Steel and Copper. Look for yourself.
Yeah, it is real. I might buy this stock.
It's a deal. Give me the money.
Not so fast. First, I would like to ask one childish question. If it's worth $750,000, why are you willing to sell it for $200?
That's a good question. Excuse me a minute. Remley.
What?
How do I answer that?
Very simple. Explain the capital gains setup to him.
Oh, the capital gains. Julius, due to the capital gains setup, the amortization is reserved to conversion of Series A and Series B convertible. Cumulative preferred stock, which is outstanding. Therefore, due to the reservation of additional shares of common by anti-dilution provisions, I'm in a position to effect the debenture of the depreciatory values. Now, any more questions?
Just one. Huh?
Julius. Look, Julius, what do you have to know? You can see the stock is genuine. Do you want to buy it or don't you?
Well, I'd like to, but all I got on me is $20.
Well, here's the stock. Give me the money. Hey, there you are. You're now the owner of 50,000 shares of Associated Steel and Copper.
Gee, I'm a big stock manipulator. Have a cigar, fellas.
Oh, Phil, I have something to tell you. My stockbroker just
No, not
called
in front of Julius, dear. He's too young. He wouldn't want to hear those things.
Oh, but, honey, I have wonderful news. My Associated Steel and Copper just went up another 5 points.
Hey, that's great. You see, Julius, I told you the stock was old. Them pains are back. Alice, honey, your stock couldn't have gone up. Willie just told me it's worthless. I saw a letter from your stockbroker.
Oh, Willie told me about that. He just did that to test your love for me.
Huh?
Well, that stock is worth a fortune.
Oh, no. Julius.
Are you addressing John D. Abruzio, the little multimillionaire?
Yeah, old buddy, I want to talk to you.
Sorry, I don't talk to poor people. Give me back my cigar.
Now, Julius.
Come around and see me sometime, Harris. I might find a place for you as gardener on my country estate.
Now, wait a minute, Julius. You got to give me back that stock. It don't belong to me. It belongs to Miss Faye.
Oh. Well, if it belongs to Miss Faye, I'll give it back, but only on one condition.
What condition?
Well, I always wanted to live like a millionaire. I'll give the stock back if I can live that way for one day.
Well, anything you say, Julius. Anything at all.
Okay, now here's the way I want it done. You see, you...
Is there anything else, Mr. Abruzio?
Yes, Miss Faye, open 2 bottles of champagne.
Oh, but Julius, you're too young to drink.
I ain't gonna drink it, I'm just gonna soak me feet in it. This is the life. Oh, Renly, my man.
Yes, sir.
Keep that fan going. There's a fly on me caviar. And another thing. Where is that stuff I ordered from the market? I want...
Anybody home? I brung the groceries.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Soon there are going to be 100 happy boys and girls, and yours can be one of them. For RCA Victor is now offering a live puppy to 100 winners in RCA Victor's Little Nipper Riddle Contest. Here's all you do. Go to your record dealers and get the latest Little Nipper record, called the Little Nipper March and the Little Nipper Riddles. At home, play the record and let your child answer the riddles. Then tear off the entry blank on the record wrapper and have your boy or girl write, in 25 words or less, why they would like to own a Little Nipper puppy. It's that easy. And besides the 100 puppies, 1,000 other boys and girls will win a beautiful latex replica of Little Nipper. So if you have a child between 4 and 12 years old, enter RCA Victor's Little Nipper Riddle Contest tomorrow.
Folks, this is Phil again. With traffic fatalities on the increase, the National Safety Council has asked us all to check up on our own driving. Exceeding speed limits, beating stoplights, driving with poor brakes or bad tires is gambling with life itself. That's a pretty rough gamble when it's your life. Play it safe and make America safer. Thank you, and good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. The part of Frankie was played by Elliot Lewis, and the part of Julius by Walter Tetley. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola, phonograph, or record, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations, RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Thanks, Don, for being with us.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars James Stewart and Diana Lynn on NBC.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of treachery and greed. A story we call Murder in G-Flat, starring Mr. Jack Benny.
Greetings, Pepito, my favorite free holy friar. What's on the menu?
The special, Senor Wilcox, is Autolite Stay Full Battery.
You mean you're serving the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use?
See, what is better for quick, dependable starts, huh?
Ah, nothing's better than an Autolite Stay Full, that frisky friend of car owners from coast to coast. But...
You don't want one, senor?
Everybody wants an Autolite Stay Full. The buxom battery with fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking, and to keep the Autolite Stay Full battery power-packed for paramount performance.
See, how you want it, senor?
Why, it's perfect just as it is, Pepito, and built to give longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So, friends, have your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer serve your car an Autolite Stay Full battery the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
See. And remember,
you're always right with Autolite.
And now with Murder in G-Flat and the transcribed performance of Mr. Jack Benny, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Lieutenant, in here, sir, in the rec hall.
What's he doing in the rec hall?
Well, he thought he'd tune the piano while I was waiting, Lieutenant.
Sunday night. Why couldn't you guys pick a better night than Sunday night? My one day off, and I have to come down here.
Sorry we had to call you, Joe.
This the guy, huh?
Yeah. Hey, you.
That's it. C-flat. If I had my wrench...
This is the lieutenant.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Name?
My name is Remington. Hercules Remington.
That's it, Joe. We checked.
Pardon me, Lieutenant, but my wife, Martha, is going to be awfully worried. You see, I haven't seen her since this morning. They told me...
You haven't seen your wife since this morning?
No, and I thought that if I could phone her and at least tell her where I am...
Where'd you pick him up?
Coney Island, Joe. He called us from there.
Yes, and I should have called my wife, too. Look, Lieutenant, I don't want to seem persistent about
We'll
this.
have plenty of time later to call your wife. Now, give the lieutenant the story in detail, just like you told it to me on the way down here to the station.
What kind of work do you do, Remington?
Well, I'm a piano tuner, Lieutenant. Yours is out of tune. C-flat, Lieutenant. See, if I could get my bag, I'd tune
Look, Remington, I haven't got all night. Now, either get on with your story or I'll have...
All right, Lieutenant. But I really would like to call my wife first.
Start your story.
All right. But if there's any explaining to be done to my wife, you guys will have to do it.
We'll be happy to. Now, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, Lieutenant, this whole mess started yesterday morning, Saturday. I got up, had breakfast with my wife, Martha, and my Uncle Herman. He's my black sheep uncle of the family. He's a carnival man, came to work at the World's Fair here, and has been living with us ever since. I think he ought to pay at least 1/3 of the rent, but Martha, well, she feels sorry for him. Anyway, I left the house around 10 o'clock on my way to the Lippin Ridge School of Music. I usually tune their pianos on the first Saturday of the month. You see, because there aren't any classes there on that Saturday. I catch the BMT at 57th and get off at Union Square. Well, yesterday morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. I carry a little ordinary brown bag with all my tools in it and usually lay it right next to me under the seat. I was just sitting there, thinking hard, wondering how I was going to meet the bills at the end of the month, when a man sat down next to me. He shoved something under the seat and just sat there staring ahead. B-flat, 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 B-flat.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I got carried away for a moment. 4 stops later, the man got up, reached under the seat, pulled out a little brown bag, and started for the door. I remember noticing he was bald-headed and wearing big black horn-rimmed glasses. For a minute, I thought he'd stolen my bag of tools, but I reached my hand under the seat and found my bag was still there. I remember sort of chuckling to myself, thinking of the coincidence that he'd been carrying the same type of bag. Well, anyway, I got off at Union Square and walked up to the Lippin Ridge School of Music on 14th. There are 4 floors there, a piano on each floor, and I usually start at the top and work my way down. Well, since the school doesn't have any classes on Saturday, the place was deserted. That one's sour. Yeah, D-flat. Well, I'll soon have that in shape. What the... I zipped open my bag to take out my tuning hammer and my wedges, but there were no tools in my bag. The tools were gone, and in their place were bundles and bundles of crisp $10 bills. And then it hit me. The little bald-headed man on the subway. The man who sat down next to me. This bag belonged to him. He picked up mine by mistake. There was no name on the bag, no identification of any kind. I started counting one of the bundles. Each bundle contained $1,000 in $10 bills, and there were 25 bundles. I had just come heir to $25,000. When I got home, Martha was washing some clothes out on the back porch, and Uncle Herman was rolling pennies for his pitch penny concession. I called both of them into the living room, pulled all the shades down, closed and locked all the doors, and set the bag on the table.
Hercules, what are you doing back home so soon?
What kind of nonsense is this, nephew?
Martha, Uncle Herman.
You look awful pale.
I guess I do.
Hercules, what's the matter with you?
Listen to me, both of you. I'm rich.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Hercules, at your age.
I'm not lying to you.
Look, I gotta get out.
You must be sick.
Look, will both of you be quiet for just a minute?
Sounds like he's drunk.
Are you sick, Hercules?
Look, I'm not sick and I'm not drunk. I've got it right here.
You've got what?
Look. Wow.
Hercules.
Now do you believe me? Now do you believe I'm not sick or drunk? Look at it. $25,000.
$25,000? That's a lot of money.
Hercules, where'd you get all this money?
I found it.
Found it?
Found it?
Yes.
Listen to me, Hercules Remington. Don't you lie to me. Where'd you get all that money?
I told you, Martha. I found it.
I haven't lived with you for 10 years for nothing. I know when you're lying to me. Now tell me, where'd you get all this money?
Okay, if I tell you the truth, I know you won't believe
Well, tell me anyway.
Well, all right. Look, this morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. And some little bald-headed man with black horn-rimmed glasses sat down next to me. When he got up to get off the subway, I noticed he was carrying a brown bag, just like mine. At first I thought it was mine. But mine was still under the seat. Anyway, when I got to the music school, I opened my bag, and all this money was in it.
Oh. Sounds fantastic.
Hercules.
But it's the truth. The little man picked up my bag by mistake. I searched this one for some identification, but there isn't any.
Then you mean the little bald-headed man has your bag with the tools in it?
I guess he does.
It seems odd that anyone would be carrying this much money around in a little brown bag.
Odd or not, the fact still remains that I didn't steal it.
Well, I guess there isn't any way that you could get a hold of this man, so we'll just have to turn the money over to the police.
The police?
Yes, I said the police.
But why?
Why? Good heavens, Hercules, you don't expect to keep this money.
Why not?
But it isn't ours.
Why? Why isn't it ours? I found it. I didn't steal it, Martha.
Hercules.
Martha, don't you see? Maybe this is fate. Maybe we were meant to have this money. Maybe if
You're crazy. You're out of your head. You're talking like a madman, and I won't have it.
But, Martha...
You didn't come by this money honestly. It isn't legally yours.
Now, wait a minute, Martha. Maybe Hercules is
Now, you stay out of this, Uncle Herman. Hercules, you're going to take this money to the police.
No. No, I'm not. I'm not going to take this to the police or anyone else. Do you understand me? I'm not going to take this money to the police.
Hercules, I don't understand you at all. But mark my word, you'll pay for this.
Well,
don't pay no attention to her, nephew.
But why does she have to be that way? Why can't she understand me just this once? Why can't she see my side of it? See, I didn't steal this money.
Oh, you didn't, nephew.
And I'm going to keep it.
Sure you are, nephew. Sure you are. You're going to keep it.
You bet I am. The next morning, that was this morning, Sunday, Martha wouldn't speak to me at all. Her eyes were all red and puffed up. I could see that she'd been crying. And Uncle Herman wasn't doing much talking either. Martha just kept sniffling as she puttered around the stove. Martha, my peach isn't peeled.
Peel it yourself.
But
Here, I'll peel it for you, nephew.
Thanks, Uncle Herman. Martha, please, won't you try...
Don't talk to me.
Oh, don't be too hard on him, Martha. After all, a man's got a right.
I told you once, Uncle Herman, you stay out of this. It's none of your business.
Sorry. She's plenty mad. Well, ain't you going to answer the phone?
Hello?
Mr. Remington?
Yes?
Hercules Remington?
Yes, who is this, please?
I want to return your bag of piano tools to you, Mr. Remington. I believe there was a slight mix-up. I believe in my haste I picked up your bag instead.
But how did you find me? I mean...
Oh, it was quite simple. There's only one piano tuner with the initials HR in New York City.
Well, what do you know?
You do want your piano tools back, don't you, Mr. Remington?
Listen to me.
I don't think you'd like the idea of not being able to tune any more pianos.
What?
And I'd like to have my bag returned.
Of course.
As soon as possible.
Yes.
Tonight.
Tonight?
At 9:30 tonight. Meet me at Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden?
At 9:30 at the 49th Street entrance. The door on the far end will be left slightly open. And please be prompt, Mr. Remington, with my brown bag. You see, it will displease my business partner considerably if he finds I've lost the bag.
No, all right. The 49th Street entrance, the door on the far end.
Hercules, what's wrong? Well, you're as white as a ghost.
I am?
You sure are.
I guess I should be. That was the little bald-headed man with horn-rimmed glasses, Uncle Herman. I've just lost $25,000. Uncle Herman went in the living room to read the Sunday paper, and I went in the bedroom to tell Martha about the phone call. But she wasn't there. In fact, she wasn't anywhere in the house. She was gone, and I figured that she'd probably gone over to her sister's house. I was so nervous the rest of the afternoon I couldn't eat a thing. I left the house for Madison Square Garden about 9 o'clock. From riches to rags in about 24 hours. And I was back riding the subway. I walked up 8th Avenue to the garden. I turned and walked up 49th Street to the entrance and stopped. Sure enough, one of the doors on the far end was open a little, just as the little man had told me it would be. I slipped in through the open door. It was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Hello? Is there anyone here? What the? I stumbled over something and almost fell. I struck a match and looked down at a body. The body of the little man in horn-rimmed glasses. His head was all covered with blood. I started to blow out the match, and then something caught my eye. Lying next to his body was my brown bag with the initials HR. And next to the bag, covered with blood, was my tuning hammer.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in Murder in G-Flat. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Senor Wilcox, why does the Autolite Stay Full battery need water like Pepito needs a hole in the head?
Well, Pepito, the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use because that consistently conserving and constantly cooperating battery has over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without Stay Full features.
And why is the Autolite Stay Full strong as a bull, senor?
Because of the fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate. They prevent shedding and flaking and keep the power-producing materials in place.
Greater convenience and dependable starting, yes, senor?
Right, Pepito. And in addition, the Autolite Stay Full battery gives you longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And all these make the Stay Full welcome a siesta after fiesta. Eh, senor?
Right you are. So, friends, visit your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer for an Autolite Stay Full. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Your Autolite battery man is fully equipped to give you the best in battery advice and service because
you are always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of Murder in G-Flat, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Please, Lieutenant, may I call my wife? I want to...
Finish your story first, Mr. Remington. You can call her after that.
Oh, all right.
Now, you were standing over the body of this man in Madison Square Garden. You found your tuning hammer next to the body.
Yes, my tuning hammer. Let me tell you, Lieutenant, I was scared. Plenty scared. Here I was standing over a dead man in Madison Square Garden. And clutched in my hand was his brown bag containing $25,000. Who would kill him? Who would... But I couldn't stop to think about that now. I had to get out of there, and fast, and take my bag and hammer lying on the floor with me. I started to reach for my bag when a sound, G-flat. Someone had opened up a knife. Whoever it was coming toward me, I blew out the match and waited. Who was in that corridor with me? Was it the business partner of the little man? Was it... I started to move backwards, and then a big black figure loomed up at me. With all my strength, I brought the brown bag swinging up from the floor. I ran until I thought my legs would drop. My mind was all fogged up now. I couldn't think straight. Who was the guy who just tried to kill me? One thing I knew for sure, I had to get rid of this money until I could think things out. But where? Where could I get rid of it? I neared the corner of 59th and 8th Avenue and then saw it. A bus terminal. Why not? A public locker in the bus station. I opened the door and walked in.
Scranton, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia leaving in 10 minutes?
Yes, ma'am, in about 20 minutes.
Excuse me, mister. I'd like to have a key for a locker.
Just a second.
G-sharp.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
What do you know? I haven't got an empty one right now. I have to wait a little while.
You mean out of all of these hundreds of lockers, you haven't got one empty?
Oh, I'm sorry, mister, but you can see for yourself. A lot of servicemen in town over the weekend.
Well, how long will it be?
10, 15 minutes, maybe a couple hours.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll sit over there. I bought a paper at the newsstand and sat down on one of the benches. I didn't even know what I was reading. I just kept... And then I saw it. On page 2, a complete account of a robbery that had occurred on Friday night at one of the downtown post offices. 2 bandits had escaped with $25,000 in $10 bills. This was it. It must have been. But would the police believe a story like that? Of course they wouldn't. I had the money, and it was my tuning hammer there, lying next to the body in the garden. I got out of that bus terminal in a hurry and walked up 8th Avenue. Where could I go? The only place I could think of was Coney Island. Coney Island and Uncle Herman and his pitch penny concession. It was late, and the island amusement park was almost deserted. It was cold and close to 11. Uncle Herman was leaning against the side of his concession as I walked up.
Why, nephew, what are you doing out this way?
Uncle Herman, quick, let's go in back.
All right. There ain't no customers anyway. Yeah. Oh, what happened, Hercules? Did you give the money back to the man?
I went to meet him at the garden, just like he told me. But when I got there,
and I found him. He was dead.
Dead?
He'd been beat over the head with my tuning hammer.
Why, Hercules.
I was just about to grab my hammer and bag and get out of there when someone made a lunge at me in the dark. But I got away. I went to a bus terminal to put the money in a locker. I had to wait. And then I read that the money is stolen post office money.
Oh, you got yourself in a mess, nephew.
I'm frantic. I don't know what to do. That's why I came here.
Well, I'm glad you did, nephew. Glad you did.
But what am I going to do?
Well, best thing would be to go back and get that hammer and bag. Leave the money here. I'll hide it for you.
But maybe I ought to go to the police.
You can't go to the police with that story. They'd never believe you, Hercules.
I know.
Bring your bag and come with me, nephew. I got a hiding place for that money that no one will ever find.
Uncle Herman locked his place up, and then he led me over to the fun house. It was closed now, and the place was all dark. But Uncle Herman had a key. He led me up some stairs to a high ramp that people climb on, to slide down the big chute. He stopped at one of them.
Here, nephew. Right under this top chute. We'll just pry one of the boards loose a little and slip the bag with the money underneath. No one in the world will ever look for it. There we are. Now, give me the bag, nephew.
Here you are, Uncle Herman. Are you sure that no one will find it here?
Absolutely, nephew. You and I are the only ones who know where it is. There's nothing to be afraid of. Now, hand me the bag.
Here you are.
That's it. Now, let's just check to make sure that...
What's the matter, Uncle Herman?
Where's the money, nephew?
The money? What are you talking about? It's in the...
Is this what you call money? Why, this bag's got nothing in it but bundles of torn newspaper.
I don't understand.
Hercules, dear nephew, what did you do with the money?
I don't know. It was in there. You saw it yourself when I brought it home.
This a scheme of yours, Hercules?
Scheme?
Trying to cheat on your dear old uncle, aren't you, Hercules?
Uncle Herman, what are you talking about?
Where's the money, Hercules?
G-flat. That night. G-flat.
This ain't no time to play games with your Uncle Herman, Hercules.
Uncle Herman, where were you tonight?
What's that, Hercules?
G-flat. Your night. It's G-flat.
Looks like this thing has got you going, Hercules.
It was you in the garden, wasn't it, Uncle Herman? You killed him.
Let's not waste any more time, nephew. Now tell me where that money is.
I don't know.
Stop lying to your dear uncle, Hercules.
I'm not lying.
I usually use this knife to scale fish. The smell of fish is stronger than the smell of blood.
But I tell you, I don't know where that money is.
You're lying to me. You came down here just to throw me off, didn't you? Make me think you lost the money.
Uncle Herman, stay away from me.
All right, Hercules. So you won't tell your dear uncle.
He rushed at me with the knife. I stepped back, tripped over the board he had pried loose, and fell down. But Uncle Herman... He went hurtling over me, head over heels down the long slide. When I got back down at the bottom of the slide chute, he was dead.
The uncle had his neck broken, Lieutenant.
What about the money?
Well, Mr. Remington's wife turned it over to the authorities this morning about 11 o'clock. She said the money wasn't his, and she didn't want him carrying it around.
Well, I guess that'll be all, Mr. Remington. You can go now.
But isn't it dangerous? I mean, the partner is still...
We picked up his business partner a few hours after the robbery.
Oh.
But just in case you happen to come across another $25,000 that doesn't belong to you, promise me that you'll get in touch with the authorities, will you, Mr. Remington?
Oh, I've learned my lesson, Lieutenant. Believe you me, I have.
Yeah, good.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I almost forgot. I got to call my wife. She's probably frantic by now.
There's a payphone right outside in the corridor.
Payphone?
Yeah, right around the corner. You can't miss it.
Well, she's waited this long. I think I'll just tell her when I get home.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Fine meal, Pepito. So long.
Hey, no dessert, Senor Wilcox?
I never desert, Pepito. I'm always faithful to those 400 fine products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats made by Autolite in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, voltage regulators, wire and cables, starting motors, and many more. And they're all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're all part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our stars will be Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in Early to Death. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as James Stewart, Ann Baxter, and Rosalind Russell, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Murder in G-Flat was written for Suspense by Richard George Petticini. Portions of this program were transcribed. In tonight's cast, Joseph Kearns was heard as Uncle Herman, Bea Benaderet as Martha, and Larry Thor as the Lieutenant. Others in the cast were Clayton Post, Jack Crucian, and Paul Frees. Jack Benny may be heard each Sunday on CBS on his own radio program, The Jack Benny Show.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in a story about a mysterious airplane crash in the mountains of Mexico. A tale we call Early to Death.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor type or standard type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Tonight, Autolite salutes the men and women leaders in boys' clubs all over America. This is National Boys Club Week, a time to remember that our boys' clubs serve the boy, the community, and the nation by training tomorrow's leaders today. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jack Benny in tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents a story about a man who worked for 30 years to prepare a most unique personal retirement plan. The story is called A Good and Faithful Servant. Our star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Hello there, Harlow.
Well, the legislative luminary. How are you, Senator?
My car is giving me trouble, Harlow.
Your car? What's wrong with it, Senator?
Well, it gets going slower than a loser leaving office. It rides rougher than a tax debate and uses more gas than a 3-day filibuster.
Well, it may be spark plug trouble, Senator. Spark plugs should be checked every 3,000 to 4,000 miles, so see your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. His exclusive Autolite plug check indicator will quickly show the exact condition of your spark plugs. If they're worn out or wrong for your style of driving, he'll recommend resistor or standard type, ignition engineered Autolite spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings.
Sounds like a propitious proposal, Harlow. How do I find this Autolite spark plug dealer?
Why, just phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll quickly tell you the name of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer where you can get the finest spark plug service money can buy. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with the performance of Mr. Jack Benny, Autolite presents transcribed A Good and Faithful Servant, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
I know you've been through a lot, Mr. Fenton, but if you could just try to recall anything else about the appearance of the two men.
Lieutenant, couldn't this wait? Fenton has spent 14 horrible hours locked in a vault. And while I admire his spirit and pluck in bearing up as well as he has...
I'm just trying to get something to go on, Mr. Waterman. Do you want your money back or don't you?
The welfare of my employees comes first, Lieutenant. First, last, and always.
And you're insured. Mr. Fenton.
Don't answer if you don't feel up to it, Fenton.
I don't mind, Mr. Waterman. I'm anxious to cooperate. Now, as near as I can remember...
Be sure you get this flaunch.
As near as I can remember... Of course, I had only a flash before they forced me into the vault.
Yeah, we understand, Mr. Fenton.
I had the impression of one being tall, but not too tall, and the other one was shorter.
But not too short.
Exactly. And they were wearing masks, rubber masks. One had a Lionel Barrymore mask, and I think the other was Dick Tracy. It was quite a shock to see him.
Aha. The Brinks Gang, Lieutenant. The Brinks Gang to a T.
Maybe. Mr. Cartwright, would you come over here, please? Mr. Cartwright, is it the practice to keep large sums of cash on hand overnight at the store?
Well, yes, the store does a tremendous cash business, Lieutenant. Tremendous.
And yesterday was Dollar Day.
Thank you. Mr. Cartwright, how did it happen that Fenton was alone in the cash room when the bandits entered? Did he customarily close the vault for the night?
Well, not customarily, no. When I'm unavoidably called away from the store...
Well, does this happen often?
Well,
very seldom, Lieutenant. Very seldom.
But it happened yesterday. The two men walked in, put you in the vault, and walked out with a big hunk of money.
At precisely 5:56. Mr. Cartwright opened the vault this morning at 8:02.
Correct, Lieutenant. We won't know how much they got until I can make an audit.
And if there's any question, Lieutenant, of corroborating Fenton's story, I need only to say that he's been with Waterman's for 30 years, a good and faithful servant.
More exactly, Mr. Waterman, 29 years, 11 months, and 29 days. I was due to retire tomorrow before this unfortunate circumstance arose,
Nonsense, Fenton. You'll retire tomorrow. And if there's any question, Lieutenant, of Fenton's character, his honesty, his devotion...
Yeah, sure. You can go home, Mr. Fenton. Better get some rest. If you want to duck the reporters, go out this back way.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Waterman?
Entirely up to you, my boy, entirely. But in these days of doubt, of confusion, and dishonesty in high places, I believe your simple story of courage and devotion to duty will be an inspiration everywhere.
Mr. Waterman, I am ready to face the press. They were all very nice to me. The reporters, the police, Mr. Cartwright, and especially Mr. Waterman. All that money missing. $50,000. Yet his only concern was for me. I thought that if I could afford it, I'd like to buy him some little token of gratitude. Then I thought again. In my desk at the office, there was a secret compartment, and in that compartment was $50,000. I guess I could afford it.
Yoo-hoo!
Mother, I'm home.
Good morning, Harold. I hope you hadn't had breakfast. I kept it hot for you.
You're not going to ask me how it went, Mother?
Oh, I heard over the radio. But I wish there'd been some way of doing it that it wouldn't have kept you out all night.
Oh, I wasn't out all night, Mother. I was in a vault.
I know you were, Harold. And if you keep on, you're going to end up with that same sinus strip your father used to have.
Oh, Mother, it was a perfectly dry, warm... Oh, never mind.
Eat your cereal, Harold. You'll feel better.
Mr. Waterman told me to take the day off, Mother. I'm not going in until tomorrow.
That was certainly big of him, after all you've done for them. How much did you get?
$50,000. It's in my desk at the office, in the drawer with the false bottom.
In your desk? Will it be safe there, Harold?
Well, no one will be looking for it.
Harold, you don't think you'll have any trouble getting the money out of your desk?
I think things will work out all right. See, according to my plan,
Harold, you see, I told you from the beginning you weren't strong enough for this type of thing.
The next morning at 8:43, I punched in at the store. Figuring 308 working days a year, that made 9,240 punches. It was a little strange to think of this being my last. I walked through the store to the elevator, past lingerie, ladies' gloves, and perfume the way I always went. But this morning was different. People looked up when I passed. They spoke to me. They knew who I was. Even the brunette in perfume smiled at me. I almost stopped, but I couldn't think of anything to say. In the elevator, one of the girls asked me how I felt. Still scared, I said, and they laughed. They wouldn't have laughed any harder for Mr. Waterman. I got out at 8, my floor, and as I went into my office, Miss Prentice, Mr. Cartwright's secretary, looked at me. 23 months and 2 days she'd been looking at the top of my head. But this morning, she looked at me. And she smiled. I guess I smiled back.
Good morning, Mr. Fenton.
Good morning, Miss Prentice. It wasn't much, but I felt it could have been a start. I was almost sorry this was my last day.
Fenton, did you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Cartwright. I heard you, Mr. Cartwright.
All right. A big workload piled up yesterday when you took off, and we haven't anyone new coming in till tomorrow. Not that I want to overload you on your last day.
An honest day's work for an honest day's pay, Mr. Cartwright.
Oh, good. I'm still trying to find out how much was taken in the holdup, so you're on your own.
I think I can tell you almost to the penny, Mr. Cartwright.
I'll make my own check. Now about the work Oh, good morning, Mr. Waterman. I was just,
Well, Fenton, back at the old desk, eh?
Well, I just didn't feel right away from it, Mr. Waterman.
Hey, I got a surprise for you this afternoon, Fenton. Going to make a little ceremony out of your retirement.
A ceremony?
Good for store morale. Right, Cartwright?
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Waterman, absolutely.
And about that request of yours you made last week, Fenton, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we can swing it.
Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Waterman.
Oh, my boy, when you work for Waterman's 30 years, you've got something coming to you.
No. Really? I ate my usual lunch that day, the Thursday Blue Plate Special at Elmo's Grotto. 70 cents plus the usual 10% tip. 7 cents. With the usual 20 minutes left in my lunch hour, I headed for the park with a nickel bag of peanuts. The squirrels were going to miss me. No, Mr. Waterman. You've had 3 already. Give Mr. Cartwright a chance. Sit up, Mr. Cartwright. Sit. That's it. That's it.
Excuse me. Would you mind if I join you, Mr. Fenton?
Why, Miss Prentice. Of course. I mean, of course not. Sit down. Sit down.
Thank you.
Move over, Mr. Waterman.
He does look a little pompous, doesn't he? Which one is Mr. Cartwright?
There, with the small mustache. He bites.
And, is there a Miss Prentice?
Well, there is, but I believe she is, well...
Nesting?
Well...
How long have you been feeding them, Mr. Fenton? They seem so friendly.
30 years, Miss Prentice. My favorite animal. You give a squirrel a nut, and does he eat it? No. He runs away and stores it in a hole. We could all benefit from their example.
And now that you've stored your little nest egg, you're retiring, Mr. Fenton.
Well, you might say that, yes.
You're quite a fascinating character, Mr. Fenton.
Me?
I'm sorry I didn't know you sooner. You know, the whole store is talking about your ordeal in that vault.
Oh, it wasn't so bad. In fact, I've always rather liked the vault.
What an odd thing to say.
Well, chacun est son goût, Miss Prentice. That's French for each to his own taste.
Oh, you've been abroad, Mr. Fenton.
Me? Oh, my goodness, no.
Oh, but you will now that you're retiring.
No, I've got my eye on a little cottage by a lake. And woods. Lots of squirrels there. And no time clocks.
You and your wife?
Mother.
Oh, I hope you get it, Mr. Fenton.
Thank you, Miss Prentice.
I wonder what the robbers are going to do with all that money.
I wonder. 5-1. Shall we go back and punch in, Miss Prentice? She let me walk all the way back to the store with her. And in the elevator, Mr. Bixler, Sporting Goods, winked at me. Funny, for 10 years I'd had the feeling Mr. Bixler didn't like me. There was quite a gathering in the cashier's office when we arrived. All the executives from Mr. Waterman's down, and the editor of the store paper wandering through Waterman's. I'd sent an item to him last summer. Mr. Fenton of Cashier's Department spending his 2-week vacation at home. But he never printed it.
Well, come in, Fenton. We've been waiting for our, shall we say, guest of honor.
Me, Mr. Waterman?
You, Fenton. We have a little ceremony which I'd hoped to conclude before the lunch hour was over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Waterman.
Think nothing of it. This is your day, Fenton. Your day. Oh, going to get a shot of the two of us, Wolf?
Yes, sir, Mr. Waterman. Over by the door?
Oh, if you don't mind, I'd like it sitting at my desk. I feel more, secure there.
By your desk. How's this? Got it? Good. And now, Fenton, we all say farewell to a good and faithful servant, one who has given 30 years of his life as a contribution, however small, to making Waterman's the great institution it is today. Well done, Harold Fenton.
Thank you.
A modest man, but conscientious. His regular comings and goings passed almost unknown to many until his ordeal of 2 days ago. Locked all night in the vault by brutal and rapacious thieves. A night in which, in his own words, he relived each and every day of his 30-year service to Waterman's. Oh, greater devotion hath no man.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
And now, his labor's done, his burden borne, Fenton will live out the rest of his days in ease and comfort, because he has arrived at the retirement age of the Waterman pension plan, by which he will receive...
$31.68 a month.
$31.68 a month for as long as he lives.
Thank you.
And now, a little surprise for Harold Fenton. A week ago, in a letter to me, our good and faithful servant asked that on his retirement he be given permission to purchase for his home his old desk.
Actually, Mr. Waterman, I don't know what I'd do without it.
Oh, frankly, I put in a lot of thought on this simple request. I weighed the factors in my mind. On the one hand was Fenton's 30-year service. On the other...
Mr. Waterman.
On the other, he was already receiving his pension of, his pension. However...
Please, Mr. Waterman.
However, Fenton, my boy, I decided to go you one better.
One better? Not a new desk.
Nothing so unsentimental. Fenton, instead of allowing you to purchase the desk, I'm giving it to you.
Phew.
All right, boys, right in here. Take the desk wherever Fenton here wants it. And now, back to work, everybody. Month-end clearance today.
Whoops. Easy, man. Don't drop it. Easy.
Fenton, my boy, in the years ahead, when you're seated at your old desk, think of us, won't you?
I certainly will, Mr. Waterman. I certainly will.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in A Good and Faithful Servant. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Well, Senator, did you take my advice?
Why, yes, Harlow. My Autolite spark plug dealer turned my worn spark plugs out of office and elected a set of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs.
A wise move, Senator. Those Autolite spark plugs are designed by the same Autolite engineers who designed the coil, distributor, generator, and all the other important parts of the complete ignition system used as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors. They're world famous for quality and performance.
And my Autolite spark plug dealer nominated Autolite resistor spark plugs for my car, Harlow.
Ah, you're on top now, Senator, because Autolite resistor spark plugs represent one of the greatest advancements in spark plugs for automotive use in the past 20 years. They offer proven advantages such as double life, gas savings, and smoother performance. And they're specified as original equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. What's more, the Autolite resistor spark plug is just one of a complete line of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs for every use.
So, fellow citizens, be sure, vote for Autolite.
Right, Senator. Friends, take a tip from me and see your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer this week. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of A Good and Faithful Servant. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Retirement agreed with me. A walk to the park to see my friends when I felt like it. A leisurely lunch at Elmo's Grotto when I felt like it. And when the need arose, a little gardening. Mother and I were very happy.
You've done enough for one morning, Harold. Your back will go out again.
All through, Mother. Just cleaning off the spade.
What were you planting this morning, Harold?
Mother, if anything should happen to me, knock wood.
Knock wood.
Right in between the beets and the radishes, there's a very rich patch of dirt.
Son, aren't we going to get our little cottage by the lake?
I have to go in town today, Mother. I might just inquire around.
Oh, good.
You know, Mr. Waterman is really a very sweet man. The Waterman pension plan. I just wish I could tell him how happy it's made me. I hadn't told Mother, but Miss Prentice had called that morning. Mr. Cartwright wanted to see me that afternoon at the office, she said. And she asked how I was. What would have happened if I'd asked her to lunch? I almost did, too. In the cashier's office at the store, Miss Prentice smiled when she saw me, and I smiled back. In fact, we struck up quite a conversation.
Oh, Mr. Fenton, how are you?
Fine. Just fine, Miss Prentice.
Retirement agree with you?
Yes, indeed. Fine.
You notice we haven't filled your old job.
No? Oh, yes, indeed.
Haven't been able to find another man of your type. Well...
Is that you, Fenton? Come on in here.
Coming, Mr. Cartwright.
Sit down, Fenton, sit down.
Thank you.
Just trying to clean up accounts on the robbery. Fenton, what was your final tally again?
50,000, almost exactly, Mr. Cartwright.
You're way off. That doesn't check with my audit at all.
I'm quite sure of my figures.
Well, then you're wrong, that's all. My check shows they got away with 82,000.
82,000?
Right. Now, if you'll just sign the necessary statements corroborating my audit...
I can't do that, Mr. Cartwright.
And just why can't you? Don't you take my word for it?
Frankly, no.
Fenton, look. You're retired. It's nothing to you one way or the other. You just made a little mistake in your figures, that's all.
Mr. Cartwright, are you asking me to help cover up a shortage in your accounts?
All right, Fenton, I'll lay it on the line. Temporarily, I'm a bit short. Involvement with a woman, and you wouldn't understand.
I most certainly wouldn't.
Look, I'll make it worth your while.
Shortages are found out sooner or later, Mr. Cartwright.
All right, if that's your attitude, let me tell you something, Fenton. I don't like the smell of this robbery of yours. I don't like it at all. What do you think of that?
You're implying that I made off with $50,000 belonging to Waterman's?
I think it's highly possible. And how are you so sure it was $50,000?
Supposing me, for one instant, capable of such a thing, Mr. Cartwright, wouldn't I be much too clever to put my head in a noose by covering up for you?
Fenton, if I was talking to an honest man, wouldn't he have taken my story right to Mr. Waterman? I'll give you 5 minutes. Either sign my audit or I go to the police and accuse you of stealing $82,000. Think it over, Fenton.
No question about it, Mr. Cartwright's dishonesty might be a bit awkward for me. My instinct about the man had been thoroughly sound. I had disliked him for 16 years. Well, there was only one safe way out of it.
Well?
Mr. Cartwright, if you need money...
Yes?
Why don't you rob the vault? Actually, it isn't hard at all.
Well, how do I get away with the money?
I'm sorry, I never reveal professional secrets.
Well, then you'll have to help me, Fenton. Lock me in the vault and you get away with the money.
Me?
Sure. Then we're both in the clear for good. Help me out, Fenton.
You mean I'm going to clear out the vault a second time?
You'll never regret it.
Regret it? The fact is, I'd rather enjoy it. We settled on the following Friday. Friday nights, the store stayed open till 9, and they were having a big white sale that day. The money was already stacked on Mr. Cartwright's desk when I got there. It was a juicy haul. I didn't see Mr. Cartwright around, but...
Hello, Mr. Fenton.
Miss Prentice. But the money.
I was listening when you and Mr. Cartwright made your plans, Mr. Fenton, and he caught me and forced me to help him. You understand, Harold. I mean, Mr. Fenton.
Harold, times like these draw people together quickly, don't you think?
Oh, I do. I really do.
Miss Prentice.
Helen.
Thank you. Helen, Miss Prentice, Mr. Cartwright mentioned a woman in his life. You're not the one?
Harold, of course not.
Excuse me. I just thought... You remember the office party last Christmas?
Oh, that? Well, that was just because he was under the mistletoe. And if you'd been under it instead of Mr. Cartwright...
Really? Well...
Oh, Fenton, you're here. Good. Anybody see you come up?
It doesn't matter, really, Mr. Cartwright. Might even be better that way. Then you and Miss Prentice can say that I left minutes before the bandits arrived.
You're right, of course, Harold.
Thank you. Are you ready, Mr. Cartwright? I brought some wrapping paper for the money. Even brought along a handle with care sticker. That's the Fenton touch, you know.
Get on with it, will you?
No need to be nervous. There. Neat? I spent 8 years in wrapping and mailing.
All right. You know what to do with it, Helen.
I know.
Just a minute, Mr. Cartwright. I'm to take the money, remember?
There's been a change, Fenton. We rewrote the script.
You think that's wise? To fly in the face of my experience?
Now, look, Fenton, we're not children. You lock us in the vault and take off with the money. You think we'd ever see you again?
Well, you're questioning my honesty? I'm sure Miss Prentice will vouch for me. We're rather good friends. Miss Prentice. Helen.
Unfortunately for you, Fenton, Helen's on my side. Now, if you wouldn't mind getting into the vault, huh?
Me? In the vault? But...
This is a loaded gun, Fenton. Get in the vault.
But...
You came back for a second helping, that's all. The Confederate got away with the money, but I courageously slammed the vault door on you and went for help.
But...
Will they believe me? I imagine they'll find $50,000 somewhere around your house. They'll believe me.
Helen. I see.
I'm sorry, Harold. It's a nasty trick, but we're nasty people. You should have stuck to squirrels.
Just one thing, Fenton. How did you ever get that $50,000 out of here the first time?
How? Well, I didn't, Mr. Cartwright.
You didn't?
Then where is it?
It's still in the vault.
I don't believe it.
Oh, it's quite cleverly hidden. It took me most of that night. I was locked in.
Get in there and show me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cartwright.
Get in there.
No. I went through a lot for that money, Mr. Cartwright. 30 years. I just as soon you shot me.
Helen, hold the gun on him. I'm going in and look.
Oh, don't be long. What if somebody should walk in?
I'll be able to see if he's lying. Just watch him.
You see anything?
Not yet. I don't think it's possible. Open the door so I can get some more light.
Must be true. Crime changes people. I had never lied, yet I lied to Cartwright. I had never used violence, yet I got behind Helen and... I guess I'll go home. Mother will be wondering what's happened to me.
Some more cereal, Harold?
I don't think so, Mother, thanks. What time is it?
8:10, son.
Well, they would have opened the vault at 8 this morning. The police should be here any minute.
Are you sure those two will implicate you, Harold?
It seems likely, Mother. The gun would be hard to explain. And I think Miss Prentice will turn on Mr. Cartwright after a night in the vault.
Yes, she's just the type.
I'm sorry, Mother. I guess I just don't know much about women.
It's all right, son. You think they'll be hard on you?
Not very. I haven't spent any of the money. The insurance companies always look kindly on such cases. There they are.
Harold, how long?
2 years, Mother. Maybe less. Maybe even 1.
It's still a long time.
A long time. After 30 years in Waterman's? Hardly. I'll get the door.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite, world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Autolite is proud to serve the greatest names in the industry. They are members of the Autolite family, as are the 98,000 Autolite distributors and dealers in the United States and thousands more in Canada and throughout the world. Our family also includes the nearly 30,000 men and women in 28 great Autolite plants from coast to coast and in still other Autolite plants in many foreign countries, as well as the 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite. Every Autolite product is backed by constant research and precision built to the highest standards of quality and performance. So remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, a story of revenge. The desperate effort of a murderer to destroy the man who had committed him to prison. The story is called Concerto for Killer and Eyewitnesses. Our star, the director of Suspense, Mr. Elliot Lewis. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. A Good and Faithful Servant was written for Suspense by Richard M. Powell. Portions of this program were transcribed. In tonight's cast, Norma Varden was heard as Mrs. Fenton, Doris Singleton as Helen, Gerald Moore as Mr. Cartwright, Joseph Kearns as Mr. Waterman, Hy Averback as Lieutenant Miller, and Charles Calvert as Mr. Wolfe.
For the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug or Autolite battery dealer, or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, phone Western Union by number and ask for operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of Clancy Lowered the Boom.
Now Clancy was the peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's a fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would press, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. O'Leary was a fighting man, they all knew he was tough. He strutted round the neighborhood, shooting off his guts. He picked a fight with Clancy, then and there he sealed his doom. Before you could shout, oh, Larry, look out! Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, Clancy left the barber shop with tonic on his hair. He walked into the pool room and he met O'Reilly there. O'Reilly said, for goodness sake, now do I smell perfume? Before you could stack your cue in the rack, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. O'Houlihan delivered ice to Mrs. Clancy's flat. He'd always linger for a while to talk of this and that. One day he kissed her just as Clancy walked into the room. Before you could say the time of the day, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Boom, 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 boom. The neighbors all checked out for Kate O'Grady's wedding night. McDougal said, let's have some fun. I think I'll start a fight. He wrecked the halls and kissed the bride and pulverized the groom. Then quick as a wink, before you could think, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom.
Ladies, what's your complexion problem?
My skin's so dingy.
Mine's oily.
My skin's dull, coarse-looking.
For a lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise. Leading skin specialists have now proved the Palmolive plan, using nothing but Palmolive soap, can bring fresher, brighter complexions. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care. Now, here's what these doctors advised.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap, massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft, lovely lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive soap's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, normal, young, older. And prove this plan, using Palmolive alone, nothing else, really works for 2 out of 3. So for a lovelier complexion, get all other beauty care. Instead, do as these doctors advised. Use Palmolive for a fresher, brighter complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Well, once every couple of years, some touring theatrical troupe decides to play the town of Weaverville. The first night audience, though small, is always quite colorful. The white, pink, and blue of the ladies' evening dresses blending gaily with the green of the gentlemen's tuxedos. This year's offering is to be the immortal Somerset Maugham classic, Rain, which has been around many a season, although not nearly as many as its star, Miss Lily Lafarge. Needless to say, Mildred Anderson is simply dying to see it. But as usual, there's our young hero to be reckoned with.
Oh, golly, Dennis, don't tell me you're broke again. What do you do with your money?
Well, gee, Mildred, I can't help it if I like to live a little. Gosh, you know how it is. A pack of lifesavers here, a stick of bubble gum there. I guess I'm just a playboy at heart.
Oh, dear, and I did so want to see that play, especially opening night.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mildred.
The audience will be so distinguished. All the men dressed in nothing but opera hats and dinner jackets.
Won't their legs get pretty cold?
I mean, they'll be formal, silly.
Oh.
We have to miss it all. Golly, I didn't mind missing the amateur show that's at the theater now, but I did want to see Rain.
Well, gee, Mildred, do you think maybe we could talk your mother into taking us to see it?
My mother?
Sure, if we worked on it cleverly enough. I've got it, Mildred. We'll tell her it's your birthday.
Oh, don't be silly. Mother knows I was born in June.
Are you sure? Yeah, I guess she was there at the time, huh? darn it, that woman never lets you out of her sight for a minute.
Wait a second. Suppose you were to compliment Mother a little. Tell her she looked nice, that she was attractive.
Oh, no, I've tried that. I can never keep a straight face.
Dear, I guess we're sunk then. Oh, hi, Mother.
Good morning. What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing. It's just that... Well, Lily Lafarge is doing rain down at the playhouse.
Rain? You mean the Somerset Maugham play? Why, I once starred in that back in our high school theater group. I played Sadie Thompson.
Why, Mother, I never knew that.
Oh, I was sensational. I was the girl 2 men fought over while the rain poured down for 26 days and nights.
You had an umbrella?
No.
Then why would 2 men fight?
Never mind.
Oh, you must have been wonderful, Mother. Do you still remember any of your lines? I'd love to hear you do Sadie Thompson.
Oh, would you really, Mildred? Oh, it's been so long. You wouldn't like it.
Oh, yes, I would. Come on, Mother.
Oh, it would bore you, Mildred.
Go ahead, Mrs. Anderson. Teach her a lesson.
Dennis, don't pay any attention to him, Mother. I'll bet you were the most divine Sadie Thompson the theater's ever known.
Well, if I do say so myself, the critic on our high school paper simply raved about me in the second review he wrote.
What about his first review?
Oh, that didn't matter. He retracted the whole thing while he was in the hospital.
Well, I should hope so. You couldn't possibly be anything but glorious on a stage, Mother.
Well, yes, I guess you're right about that.
Why, I bet you could do Sadie Thompson 50 times better than Lily Lafarge.
Oh, now, Mildred. That may not be true at all.
I'll bet you could. Why not see her and find out? Why don't we all go just to prove to ourselves how much better you could do it?
You know that mightn't be a bad idea. I mean, I'm so excited. Dennis, here's $10. Go down and get 4 tickets for opening night.
Holy smoke.
What? What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking someday I'm going to marry into real brains. Gee, I hope they're not sold out for opening that. Why, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, my boy.
What are you doing here?
I'm waiting to see Lily Lafarge. I believe I'm in trouble, son.
Trouble? With Lily Lafarge?
Yes, you see, a long time ago, when I was young and impressionable, I wrote some letters to her.
You mean fan letters?
Well, in a way. While I was writing them, I had to stop every now and then to fan myself.
Oh, I see.
Yes, I was really a little bundle of quivering passion in those days. Anyway, this morning I got a call from Miss Lafarge's manager. She wants to see me about the letters. Son, I'm afraid it may be blackmail.
Oh, my gosh. Well, don't you pay her a cent.
And have Poopsie read the things I wrote to another woman? Why, she'd pack her trunk tonight.
Yeah, and you'd be in it.
You said it. Oh, if only I could get my hands on those letters, by hook or by crook.
You mean you'd steal them?
Well, after all, Dennis, in some cases, robbery isn't actually dishonest. Why, look at Francois Villon.
A used car dealer?
Well, not quite. Oh, but what's the use? I can't figure out how to do it. I can't even think of a way to get her out of her dressing room so I can look for them.
Well, gee, Mr. Anderson, maybe I can help. I have an idea. Wouldn't she leave if some big Hollywood producer offered to take her to lunch and talk about a screen test?
By George, Dennis, you might have something there. Only you've got to put on an awfully good act, my boy.
Oh, I know how all the real big shots in Hollywood talk. I hear one on the radio all the time.
Well, it's certainly worth a try. Come on, let's go. Now, that must be her room down there, the one with the star on.
Yeah.
Now, I'll be waiting out here in the hall to sneak in the minute you get her out. Good luck, boy.
Thanks.
Yes?
How do you do? You are Miss Lily Lafarge?
Yes, but who are you?
My dear young lady, you are having the honor of meeting the greatest producer in all Hollywood, Louis B. O'Brien.
I don't believe I know the name.
What's this? Never heard of Louis B. O'Brien, maker of the most expensive pictures in Hollywood, producer of A.B.'s Irish Orchid?
Don't you mean A.B.'s Irish Rose?
Please, with me it's nothing but the best.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. O'Brien?
My dear Bublitsky, let us go to lunch. And while we drink on the Notchka and dally with our bagels on a flaming sword, we will talk.
Talk? Talk about what?
My next picture, of course. Such a story. Gripping. And I want you should be my star.
Me? What kind of a picture is it?
It's a drama. It all takes place in desolate Siberia. We are calling it Kiss the Borscht Off My Hands.
Well, really, Mr. O'Brien, I don't think I
Wait,
can...
you have not heard the story. You play a beautiful American girl who meets the boy she loves in a salt mine. She marries him, and 2 months later they have 12 lovely children.
What? Why, how's that possible?
Huh? Oh, trick photography.
Are you crazy or something?
Oh, you don't like that, huh? Well, all right, I'll let you play on my other picture. The greatest in history. The American version of Hamlet.
You're going to make Hamlet?
To be sure. And I want that you should play Ophelia.
Oh. Who's going to play Hamlet?
Silly girl.
You mean you?
What then?
Why, you're mad.
You think I can play Hamlet? All right. I will recite for you the great soliloquy. Listen. To be or not to be?
Well, go on.
There's more.
That did it. You get right out of here this minute, you fake, and don't you show your face around here again.
But, my
dear
child...
No, you take that pony accent with you. Now get out before I throw you out.
Gosh, Miss LaFarge, that's no attitude to take. Besides, don't think you can throw me out so easily. I'm a lot stronger than I look. Oh! Gee, she is, too. Gosh, I don't know what to do now, Mr. Anderson. Are you sure those letters are really incriminating?
Positive, my boy. As I said, I was a pretty molten little hunk of lava in those days.
Well, that's life, I guess. Yesterday's burning coals, today's clinkers.
Yes, and if Poopsie ever finds out about those letters, tomorrow I'll be scattered ashes.
Gosh, we just got to get the letters back, but how?
There's only one way. Sneak into her dressing room tonight and swipe them before she can show them to Poopsie.
But that's impossible. They're holding that amateur show tonight, and they won't let anybody backstage but the contestants who get to the finals.
Dennis, why couldn't we be contestants? Maybe we could get to the finals.
Us? Well, what kind of an act could we do in a show?
Well, maybe we could be a comedy team. Have you heard any good jokes lately?
Well, I did hear a fellow telling his friend one on the bus last night coming home from work.
How'd it go?
Well, let's see now. Oh, yeah. One woman says to another woman, "How long have you been married?" And the first woman says, "Why do you ask?" So the other woman says to her, "Why do I ask?"
Well, what's the rest of it?
I don't know. Just then the bus got to my stop and I had to get off.
Well, so much for comedy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hey, do you remember that act we saw out at the county fair last summer, the mind-reading act?
Well, what mind-reading act?
Well, don't you remember Mandini the Great? He had an assistant, that pretty girl in the bathing suit.
Oh, you mean the one with the red hair and blue eyes with the French bathing suit and the high heels and long black stockings?
Yeah. Well, remember what her partner did?
She had a partner?
Yes, and it was a very simple act. The girl was blindfolded and guessed the objects Mandini held in his hands. He gave her clues that she couldn't miss.
Gee, you think we could do that?
Why, it's a cinch. The clues are a dead giveaway if you just pay attention. Come on, that's the act for us.
Well, okay. But I warn you, in that French bathing suit, I may leave something to be desired.
thank you very much. And now, the next act on our program, folks, Miraculo, the Mental Marvel.
Here we go, Dennis. Remember, we've just got to get to those finals. Now listen carefully to what I'm saying, and you'll get a clue to the object I'm holding in my hand.
Okay, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see before you Miraculo, the man with the mind that amazes millions. The power of his perception pierces and penetrates. With incredible insight, he instantly answers each and every inquiry. Are you ready, Miraculo?
Who, me?
Yes.
And now, folks, while I blindfold Miracula, his assistant will pass among the audience and hold up certain small objects. The amazing Miraculo will identify them instantly. All right, Miraculo.
All right, I have here an object. Concentrate, Miraculo. What have I got in my hand? You'll have to watch this one. You'll have it hands down any minute.
Can you give me some kind of a clue?
No, that's not allowed. Come, Miraculo. You like to see flowers growing? Your time is my time, Miraculo. Your time is my time, Miraculo. What have I got in my hand?
Rudy Valley?
No. Now concentrate on this subject, Miraculo. When a parade goes by, what do you do?
I watch.
A watch, absolutely right. Oh, uncanny, isn't he?
This is an act.
Now, here's an article a young lady just gave me. You mustn't let her fool you, Miraculo. This is a question any male can answer. Come now, post haste.
Has it got writing on it?
Yes, it has. Mail with writing. Now, what am I holding?
A tattooed sailor.
How do you like that? I thought he'd have trouble with that one.
You still haven't got it, Miraculo. Think now. Suppose Eddie Lamar tried to kiss you. Would you let her?
Oh, no, I wouldn't.
You mean you wouldn't let her?
That's right, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't what?
Kiss her.
Better hurry, fellas. There's an Irish setter up in the wings waiting to say Mother McCree.
Oh, but I haven't guessed what he's holding yet.
He's holding a bottle of Airwick.
No, I'm not.
Well, with this act, you should be. Now, get out of here. Okay, folks, our next act. Here, boy.
Wait a minute, please, sir. Give us another chance.
Yeah. We sing, too. We do a wonderful impersonation of the ink spots, don't we, Mr. Anderson?
We do? Yeah, we do.
The two of you do 4 ink spots?
Yeah, we do 2 spots each. Come on, Mr. Anderson. Let's show him. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. In my heart I have but one desire, and that one is you. No other will do.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I love you too much. I just want to start a red-hot flame down in your big old fat heart. You see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire. And that one desire is you, Foxy gal. Nobody else ain't gonna do. No time, no how. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in my heart.
Well, boys, that was all right. Well, back to the dressing rooms. I'll call you for the final.
You hear that, Mr. Anderson? We did it.
Oh, sure. Talent is talent, and I just happen to have it, that's all. Well, come on. Let's go get those letters.
Okay.
Boy, what a cinch, huh, Dennis? Her dressing room wasn't even locked.
Yeah, well, those letters are safe now. When we passed Mrs. Sullivan's backyard, I fed them to her billy goat.
Oh, swell. We don't have to worry about Poopsie hearing of them anymore.
Nah.
Let's go in the house.
Is that you, Herbert?
Yes, little love bundle.
Do you know who was just here to see me? Lily Lafarge, the actress.
Huh?
She told me about some letters you wrote her.
Oh, my sacred cousin Leonora's little crepe de chine bloomers.
And guess what? She wants permission to publish them in her memoirs. She's going to pay you $500. Isn't that wonderful?
$500?
Oh, somebody lowered the boom. Well, so long, everybody.
What? Where are you going?
Oh, never mind. But get out the cookbook. See if you can find a good recipe for baked goat.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste cleans teeth better than Colgate Dental Cream. Colgate's safe polishing agent cleans teeth gently and thoroughly, brings out natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
See if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Extra, extra big, extra value, extra economy. Now you can buy Colgate Dental Cream in the new big economy size. Saves you money over any other leading toothpaste. Get the new economy size Colgate Dental Cream at your dealers. Only 59 cents. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the lovely ballad, Am I All of Your Future?
Am I all of your future, or part of your past? And is this night the first and the last? Will tomorrow again find me here by your side? Or have you and your lips only lied? One thought makes me chill as I thrill to your arms. You've caught one more heart in the web of your charm. Oh, you whisper, I love you.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kate Dumet's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the past 44 years, the great work done by the National Tuberculosis Association has reduced the number of deaths from tuberculosis by 80%. But even today, one person dies from tuberculosis every 10 minutes. Tuberculosis kills more people between the ages of 15 and 44 than any other disease. You can help stop tuberculosis by generously supporting the sale of Christmas seals. Your contribution will help vital medical research, mass X-ray, services, and rehabilitation for patients. So let's do our share. This year, let's buy as many Christmas seals as we possibly can. Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
And now, The Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far.
Welcome again to Ivy College. Autumn days filled with excitement of the coming first snow and football, and there's a zing in the air. But to Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy, and his ex-actress wife, Victoria, autumn means new students, a lot of new professors, and receptions ad nauseum. As the lovely Mrs. Hall so well says,
I've had 10 to teach, X, and 10. He was the fat one who teaches romance languages. About as romantic as Lilith. Sex.
What in the world are you talking about, Vicky?
Oh, is this one? Oh, yes. He was the one with the bushy hair who took 4 spoonfuls of sugar.
In his hair?
Oh, no, sorry. Oh. I'm only trying to see if we've had every new professor and instructor to teach.
No, several of them have been here twice. Particularly Dr. Schwarzkopf in zoology, who looks like a sad bullfrog.
No, we haven't had all of them. Here's a name that isn't set. John Bentley Brooks.
No, invite the bullfrog again, Schwarzkopf. I like him. He plays chess, badly.
Well, who's Bentley Brooks here? Have I met him?
I don't know, Vicky. He's modern English literature or some such. Doesn't matter.
Well, he's the last of the lot. Shall we have him Tuesday?
I'm busy on Tuesday.
Wednesday.
Faculty meeting on Wednesday.
Oh, that's news to me. You didn't tell me.
No, dear, I just decided.
All right, Thursday then.
I never like these receptions on Thursdays.
Well, why not?
Well, it's too close to the weekend, you know. Next day's Friday, then Saturday. It's confusing.
Certainly is. Well, what's the matter with Mr. Bentley Brook? Don't you like him?
Oh, my dear Kurt, I don't know enough about the fellow to like or dislike him.
Well, tell me, Toddy, what does he look like?
Well, I didn't notice, really. Lots of new instructors, you know. Can't remember details about all of them.
When you engaged him, you must have noticed him.
Well, he's a young man with the regulation number of ears and eyes, etc.
Tell me a little more about the etc.
Oh, no, Vicky,
Why, Toddy, I believe you're jealous.
Jealous, my dear. I merely object to the new fad of young ladies making bird-like sounds because a person happens to be good-looking.
Yeah, you never object when they make bird-like sounds over you.
Oh, that's nonsense. I'm not wolf-faced. Or whatever the male equivalent of wolf-faced might be.
Oh, yes, you are. The toys on this campus coo and gurgle over you like Bobby Sockface.
Well, of course they don't, Vicky. It's ridiculous. They certainly don't. Do they?
Girls at Smith Dormitory voted you the Ivy man they'd most like to cling to.
Makes me feel like a bell tower.
Now, Dolly, be serious. We must have young Bentley Brook over. I'll keep it. I won't wear my bobby socks.
All right, darling. Ask him whenever you like.
Fine. Tuesday?
I'm busy Tuesday.
Wednesday?
I told you, darling, faculty meeting.
Thursday?
No, it's too close to the weekend.
I beg your pardon. Is this Mr. Bentley Brook's class in modern literature?
It sure is. And wait till you see him. Is he dreamy?
Sure he must be.
Are you registering for his course, too? Not that I blame you. He'd have a full class if he taught counterfeiting. Did you ever see such a mob?
Yes, but I'm not here to take the course. I only want to ask Mr. Bentley Brook to tea.
Ask him to tea? Oh, a new approach. Well, that's just dull enough to be sharp. I gotta try that.
All right, everybody. Sign up. Fill out those slips.
Go ahead, honey. Sign your name.
But that's not what I came here for. I was trapped. All I wanted to do was invite him to tea and get a look at him.
Well, I've never believed that curiosity could kill a cat, but I'm beginning to think it might cause a few feline neuroses. But now that you've been trapped into taking the course, I expect you to uphold the honor of this family and be an honor student.
Oh, he doesn't know I'm the president's wife. I registered under my maiden name.
Well, you still better pay attention and learn all you can, because I'll be asking questions. What was the first lecture like?
Well, Mr. Bentley Brook discussed the basic difference between T.S. Eliot and Nick Tennis.
Basic difference, yes.
Well, on Friday, his subject will be, if Charles Dickens were alive today, he'd probably be writing comic books.
Well, apparently, Mr. Bentley-Brook is a regular Milton-Berle.
He gets a lot of yock.
Yock? Yock? I'm not familiar with the word.
Yock, Y-O-C-K. It's a hearty laugh, a theatrical trade term. I can see how it might have escaped your attention.
Yeah. Yes, it's an interesting word. Have you any idea of its etymological derivation? Yock. Yeah, it's possibly related to yoik, the cry of encouragement of Foxhound.
No, it's more a cry of appreciation to comedians. I'm going to learn a lot about literature in this course.
Yes, you'd better read a few books, too. You know, I disagree with that chap about Charles Dickens. I think he'd be writing daytime serials.
Oh, Toddy.
Yes. Old Dr. Manette. David Copperfield, boy. Fagin, Faces Life.
Oh, gosh, that's wonderful.
You know, I've gotten a few yucks myself. And how about Dickens on television? Cook, LaFran, and Oliver Twist.
Oh, you're much better than Bentley Brook any day of the week.
Well, I hope you weren't completely swept off your feet by the man's look.
Oh, Charlie, not for a second. Not for a single second. He's not my type. You are.
Yes, come in. Ah, Mr. Bentley Brook, isn't it? Come in.
Thank you, Dr. Hall.
Sit down, Brook. Tell me, how is your course in modern literature progressing?
Well, very well, Doctor. I don't know when I've enjoyed teaching a course so much.
Good. You know, it's my conviction that an instructor should be like a fine chef. Spice and seasoning are, of course, invaluable to every good dish, but the basic food must also be there. The meat, the potatoes. Nobody would care much for a steaming bowl of paprika or a platter full of cinnamon.
Well, I agree with you, sir. Mustard is all very well, but the basic ham must always be there.
Yes, in my case, it always is. Now tell me, what was it you wanted to see me about?
Well, Dr. Hall, I wanted to ask you about, the rules regarding an instructor's conduct on this campus.
Oh, we don't live by any hard and fast rules here, Brooke. The regulation thing, drive on the right side of the street, honor thy father and thy mother, and don't shoot any members of the Board of Governors between September and June.
Well, I'll remember that.
But by and large, we try to live freely and fully. And that's only possible in an atmosphere of academic freedom. Too many thou shalt not, and the human brain becomes a tight little cell that is no longer an effective sending or receiving station. The soaring words of Socrates are on our bookshelves. Mr. Jefferson is there. Mr. Galileo. And a young whippersnapper named Tom Paine. But unless we take them off the bookshelves and practice what they fought for, yes, and drank the hemlock for, well, we're not scholars in the true sense of the word.
That would make a fine subject for a lecture to the student body, Dr. Hall.
It's been used to Mr. Brooke and by me every year.
Well, the thing I wondered about is, are there any thou shalt not about an instructor falling in love with one of his students?
An instructor falling in love with one of his students. Oh, dear.
How do you feel about such a thing, Dr. Hall?
Well, there are many factors to be considered. For example, is the instructor married or single? Conversely, is the student single or married?
Well...
And then there's the all-important question, is the instructor male or female? And conversely, is the student female or male? Odd, isn't it? That with only two sexes in the world, it can get so complicated.
Well, the instructor is male and single. The student is quite female. And according to my class register, a miss.
Well, this is a problem. And not an everyday one. Usually our professors are old enough to keep on their own side of their bifocals. And the students are young enough not to attract or be attracted by wearers of bifocals.
Well, this student is quite mature. Unusually so.
Yes. Mature? Unusually? Yes, I see.
Is there any rule prohibiting the instructor asking the student for a date? For dinner, perhaps? Or a drive in the moonlight? I'd like a ruling from you, Dr. Hall. I wouldn't want to do anything that might be bad form.
Bad form, yes. Well, Mr. Brooke, since this is such a, personal matter, I'd like a time to think about it. And if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to my wife, you know, the feminine point of view.
I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Mrs. Hall as yet, though I hear she's beautiful and charming.
Well, I must say that's a very skimpy inventory of Mrs. Hall's quality. Well, why don't you come to tea this afternoon? You can meet Mrs. Hall, and we can all wrestle with your conscience.
I should love to, Dr. Hall.
Good. And that is the first act curtain to a Noel Coward comedy if I ever heard one. But to file the piece off an old saw, cowards just make consciences of us all.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
Several thousand years ago, a fellow named Epicurus had a theory that pleasure is the only thing in life worth pursuing. Well, it's really too bad Epicurus can't be with us today. How he would have enjoyed pursuing the pleasure in a white-capped glass of Schlitz beer. That's pleasure in its purest form. To give Schlitz its own very special taste, the taste you remember with pleasure, Schlitz beer is mellowed 3 times.
Mellowed by aging the barley till it's just right for malting. Mellowed by aging the malt till it's just right for brewing. Mellowed by aging the beer till it's just right for you.
This triple mellowing is one of the reasons why Schlitz tastes so good. No wonder it's the largest selling beer in America. To the halls of Ivy. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall is a man who faces issues squarely. Occasionally, of course, a few of the squares have rounded edges. Vicky is taking a course in modern literature from the youngest, the best-looking instructor ever to hit Ivy. As a husband and as president of Ivy, Dr. Hall is hitting back.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Vicky, I'm glad you're home.
What's the matter?
Vicky, do you mean that I have such an unpoker face that you can read it at a glance?
Like a full house or a royal flush in heart.
I shall certainly never play poker with you. Wives invariably have more extrasensory perception than is absolutely necessary. Telepathy is only scientific jargon for a woman's basic instinct. The gypsy fortune teller is only one who has put her feminine intuition on a paying basis.
I've no talent for it, dear. All I can ever see in the bottom of a teacup is tired tea leaves.
Well, talking of tea, were you planning to have anyone in this afternoon?
Yes. I intended to have the best-looking, the wittiest, and the most charming man I know.
You invited him?
No, dear. You arrive pretty regularly without an invitation.
Oh, me? Oh, no, you. No, I thought you were talking about Mr. Bentley Brooks.
Oh, Charlie, I've decided to forget about Mr. B.B. I'm dropping out of his course. I think you're right. We can forget about asking him.
Forget? But you were the one who was so anxious to invite him.
Well, at first I thought his lectures were fascinating, but I've changed my mind. He drones. He definitely drones.
Well, he's going to drone for us this afternoon. I've invited him.
You've invited him? Whatever for?
Because we are civilized, rational people who should face issues as they arise.
What kind of issues?
Mr. Bentley Brooks is in love with one of his students.
Oh, how romantic. I wonder who it is. Now, could it be the frizzed-out blonde in the front row who crosses her legs? No, I hardly think so. It might be the intense one with the straight hair and the horn-rimmed glasses who doesn't cross her legs.
Vicky, I have every reason to believe that it is neither the frizzed-out one or the horn-rimmed one. As a matter of fact, I'll come right out and say it's a married woman.
Oh, dear. It does lead to complications.
Yes, you've no idea how complicated it is. The married woman is you.
But that's the funniest thing I ever heard. You're completely ridiculous. Yes? In love with me?
Darling.
But that's the funniest thing I ever heard. You're ridiculous. Yes? In love with me?
My darling, when a young man in his right mind huffs and puffs and carries on about moonlight rides, I do not diagnose it as asthma.
How do you know it's me?
He as much as told me.
What, to your face?
Well, that is where people usually tell me things. But he doesn't know that you're married. And he doesn't know that you're married to me. We're educating him to both those startling facts at tea.
Well, it's a ghastly notion. It's like the second act of a bad play.
My very words. Polite comedy. No yucks.
I'll duck out. Severe headache. You tell him. Break his heart with my blessing.
No. You stay here, Vicky. After all, you created this situation. You were just too tantalizing in his classroom.
Gosh, I wasn't tantalizing at all. I never opened my mouth.
Silent women are the most intriguing in the world, my dear. The Mona Lisa speaks volumes.
Well, I was no Mona Lisa either. Come to think of it, I did speak up once. I asked if I could close the window. It was drafty in there.
You see, you tantalized him.
According to that theory, a woman is deliberately tantalizing if she speaks up or shuts up. I don't think you have a very high opinion of women.
On the contrary, Vicky, some of my best friends are women, including my wife and my mother.
Well, I don't like women at all. I like fellas.
Well, I'm not sure I approve of your use of the plural, but you're going in the right direction. You remember the old Chinese legend of how women were created?
No.
Well, when Twashti, the creator, wished to give man a helpmate, he found that he had used up all his materials creating men. So he fashioned a blend. He took the lightness of the leaf, the glance of the fawn, the gaiety of the sun's rays, the tears of the mist, the inconstancy of the wind, the timidity of the hare, and the vanity of the peacock, the harshness of the diamond, and the softness of the down on the throat of a swallow. The chill of snow, the warmth of fire, the cruelty of the tiger, the sweet flavor of honey, the chatter of the magpie, and the cooing of the turtle dove. He melted all these things together and fashioned woman. From that day forth, men have been unable to live without women and unable to live with them.
As a representative of all the delighted and insulted women of the world, I thank you. You cad.
Do you remember the last time I was jealous of you?
Oh, I certainly do. While you were courting me in London. There was that actor in our company who looked at me cross-eyed once or twice. You were furious. I don't even remember his name.
I do. It was hyphenated. Colin Mumford Jones. And from that day to this, I haven't been able to abide a hyphen in a name. You know, I remember when I discovered that he wanted to make love to you off stage as well as on. It was that afternoon when we went to visit the National Gallery.
You sulked.
No.
Amidst all those beautiful, immortal works of art, you sulked, Toddy.
Every beautiful woman in every picture frame was you, Vicky.
Oh, darling.
I was ready to do battle against all my enemies, inside and outside the frame. It was one of those rare London days. Do you remember? The sun in a clean blue sky, washed by an all-night rain. We walked from your flat all the way to the National Gallery.
How do you like our National Gallery, Dr. Hall?
It's a bit drafty, I'm afraid. I feel so sorry for some of Mr. Titian's reclining women. He didn't overindulge in overcoats, you notice. Oh.
That is quite a picture.
Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. She looks just like you.
That's a very sweet compliment. But do you think I brood that much? And are my eyes really the color of the Nile?
The rivers of all the world do not match your eyes, O Queen of Egypt. I, the noblest Roman of them all, Julius Caesar, Rex Imperatus, tell you this. There is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. And you are my fortune, Cleopatra. But what is that Marcus Antonius doing? Looking at you, cross-eyed. Marcus Antonius. Now, there's a hyphenated name if I ever heard one.
Let's move on to the next picture, Mrs. Caesar.
Step 2, Vicky. Look here. Isn't she lovely?
Anne Boleyn.
Yes, Anne Boleyn, once Queen of England. The beloved, though temporary, wife of King Henry VIII.
I suppose she looks like me, too.
She lives in you. The fire, the magic.
Well, you're not fat enough to be Henry VIII.
To the headsman, woman, for you have betrayed me. Whilst I was busy signing documents with Cardinal Wolsey, eating a bare 10 or 12 meals a day, you were philandering with Lord Rensselaer Twitcheller. Rensselaer Twitcheller. Now, there's another hyphenated name.
There's someone at the door, Toddy.
From the National Gallery. Now, that's ridiculous, now, dear. How could there? Oh, yes, the door. Yes, it must be our guest.
Where were you, Toddy? What were you daydreaming about?
Oh, I was sulking in the National Gallery.
And now you've framed me again. Well, go on to the door. I'll set the tea things up in a perfect isosceles triangle.
All right.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Oh, come in, Brooke. No, it's Bentley, Brooke, isn't it? Yes, with a hyphen.
I hope I'm not too early.
No. The triangle is all set, and I mean the tea things are all set.
It's so kind of you to take an interest in my problems. What? Miss Cromwell.
May I present my wife, Miss Cromwell, to you, Mrs. Hall to me.
Hello.
Well, this is a surprise.
Yes, we thought you'd be surprised.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Miss Cromwell.
Mrs. Hall.
Well, I've known her in my classroom, and it seems a little strange. Suddenly, she's the president's wife.
But, of course, it didn't happen quite as suddenly as you might think. Now, we are all intelligent people, so I think we should come right to the point.
Well, it's very kind of you, Dr. Hall, to concern yourself with my personal problem.
But if it doesn't concern me, I'd like to know whom it does concern.
Well, not every college president would be so considerate.
Well, my dear sir, not every college president has a wife like mine.
I'm sure college life would be more wonderful if they did.
Oh, why, Mr. Brooke, what a nice compliment.
Now, stop tantalizing, Vicky.
The coincidence of your wife's being in my class makes this a little easier. Because, you see, she knows the young lady.
Oh, yes, I'm sure she... I beg your pardon.
She knows the young lady. It's Louise. Miss Turner. You know, the blonde one in the front row who always crosses her... The blonde one in the front row.
The blonde one.
Oh, the frizzed-out blonde, eh?
You know her too, Dr. Hall?
No.
Well, then, I think you should meet her. Would you like to?
Well, it'd be one of the great pleasures of my life.
Well, she's right out in the car.
In the car?
You see, after class today, well, this is the most amazing coincidence. She came up and invited me to tea. I told her I already had one invitation, but she promised to wait. I don't mind 2 teas in one day at all.
I shouldn't wonder.
You don't think it's presumptuous of me to bring her along?
Oh, by no means. And don't keep her waiting in the car. Have her come in.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Miss Turner. Louise, won't you come in?
You said it.
Well, Vicky, don't look so heartbroken.
I've lost my touch. I'm no longer Cleopatra.
Oh, lost your touch, my eyebrow. Why, I would have fallen in love with you no matter how much competition your husband was. Man has no taste. Makes me furious.
Here she is. Dr. and Mrs. Hall, may I present Miss Louise Turner.
Hello, honey. Jeepers, you're Mrs. Hall.
You can still call me honey.
But, Professor, she's the one who gave me the advice about asking you to tea. I didn't know exactly what you'd do at a tea, but I went ahead and asked him, and, well, it worked.
Very fresh personality, don't you think?
Oh, yes, indeed. Won't you come in?
Well, we really should be running along. One thing, Dr. Hall, you haven't said yet whether this is protocol, whether it's all right.
I hereby make a new college rule. All professors may fall in love with all students, be it spring or fall, be it the season of the nesting of the birds or the rising of the sap.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hall.
One slight amendment. Both professor and student should preferably be single.
Well, then it's all right. Goodbye, Dr. Hall. Goodbye, Mrs. Hall. You've been most kind.
Imagine getting a peek inside the powerhouse, and I've only been here 3 weeks. By the time I'm a senior, I ought to be rooming here.
Yes. Well, we're off. Where would you like to go, Miss Turner?
Well, to tea, I guess.
Take her to the art gallery. Show her Cleopatra and Anne Boleyn.
Oh, that's a good suggestion. Goodbye.
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 Goodbye. Well, I don't understand it. Why is it that brilliant, apparently erudite men invariably fall for frizzy blondes with giggles?
But, darling, you're brilliant. You're erudite. Oh, dear. I'll have to practice.
Would you like to go to tea, Dr. Hall?
Oh, to heck with the tea. Throw it out. Get me a bottle of beer.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
And now here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everybody.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Sandra Gould, Ken Peters, Helen Crutchfield, and Mari Alden. Tonight's script was written by Lawrence and Lee and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and tonight presented transcribed by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Now, enjoy The Great Gildersleeve. Then it's Groucho Marx on NBC.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel Blanc, the creator of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc. Good evening, folks. Well, it's Saturday afternoon in Mel Blanc's little town, and Mel and his girl Betty, like most romantic young couples, are enjoying the movie matinee at the Bijou. Now the show is over, and in some dark spot of the theater, we hear Mary Jones saying to her boyfriend,
We have to go now, Frank. Take your arm away.
And in the back row, we hear Susan Arnold saying to her boyfriend,
All right, Henry. The lights are up. Wipe that lipstick off your face.
And in another dimly lit corner of the theater where Mel has been sitting with Betty, we hear Betty saying,
Oh, Mel, the picture's over. Wake up.
So now we find Betty and Mel, having left the theater, walking homeward, and Mel, still under the influence of what he has just seen, is enacting a portion of the picture.
I want you, Ingrid. I'm going to take you in my arms and hug you and squeeze you and crush you tighter and tighter, tighter.
Mel, get away from that lamppost.
Gosh, if only I were an actor. The salaries those guys make. Clark Gable, Robert Taylor, Gary Cooper. I'll bet some of them make as high as $50, $60 a week.
Darling, they make at least $1,000 a week.
$1,000 a week? Oh, Betty, if I made that much, we could live like kings. Eat the best. Every night, chow mein.
Don't be silly.
Oh, you think I can't be an actor, huh? Look at that picture we just saw, Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, wasn't Gary Cooper wonderful?
Gary Cooper, Gary Cooper, Gary Cooper. I'll bet if his name was Sam Cooper, you wouldn't be so excited. What does Gary Cooper do, anyway? The girl says to him, Gary, do you love me? Will you take me away with you? Will you marry me? And Gary just stands there and says, Yep. Then the minister says, do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife? And Gary says, Yep. What a life. $25,000 a yep.
Oh, Mel, now stop showing off and stop dreaming about being an actor.
Well, an actor makes a lot of money. And I'll bet your father would have more respect for me if I had a lot of money.
But that's where you're wrong, darling. Just be yourself. Let Father respect you for your...
You see, I gotta have money.
Oh, no, Mel. No, you're all wrong. I know Father's beginning to like you, especially since you voted him into your lodge. In fact, he may even announce our engagement tonight.
Oh, Betty, what a feeling.
Isn't it wonderful, Mel?
Yeah. Like the time we had a strawberry soda and drank it with 2 straws.
Yeah.
And then we got reckless and threw 1 straw away. Well, here we are, Betty.
Yeah, here we are.
Gosh, it was a nice afternoon.
Yeah, sure was.
Well, thanks for walking me home, Betty. Go
on, Mel.
Go on. Gosh, I think I missed my chance. When she puckered up her lips, I bet I could have kissed her. Gosh, Betty sure is nice. I can just see Betty and me married, sharing this fix-it-shop. How happy we'll be. Mr. and Mrs. Mel Blanc. Then in a year or two, we'll have some little Blancs. A little boy Blanc and a little girl Blankhead.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Adams. What can I do for you?
Mel, I came over to ask you for a special favor. Will you mind my baby?
You mean little Julius here? Oh, gosh, Mrs. Adams, this is a fix-it shop. If there's something wrong with the baby, I'll gladly fix him.
Oh, Mel.
Oh, but I never took care of a baby before. Well, look. What if, suppose...
You mean he,
Yeah.
Well, that's what these are for.
Oh, fine. That's what I'll need. Bibs.
I'll be back in a few hours, Mel. Don't let anything happen to little Julius.
I won't. Oh, look, he likes me. He's opening his mouth.
Oh, he's putting his little hands around your neck.
Oh, tell him to stop squeezing.
Oh, Mel, he's only a year old.
That kid's a killer.
Well, I've got to go now. Take good care of Julius. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Adams. Gee, what a cute little baby. I love babies. They're almost human. Although this one looks a little silly. Oh, gee, he must have heard me. Oh, the baby's lonesome for company. Maybe he wants to talk to another baby. Here. Hold the monkey wrench in your hand. Oh. That's what you get for being nice to babies. Well, Julius, I have to put you down back here. Here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. I hope you don't mind me saying so, mighty potentate, but you look a little unhappy.
Well, I'm having a little domestic trouble, Mel.
The maid?
No, the maid's all right. I can't stand my wife. You know, I'd leave her in a minute. I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Well, I think Betty and I are going to hit it off very well together, Mr. Cushing.
Mel, Betty's a fine girl. But I can only say what I say to every couple about to be married. Stop!
Oh, but Mr. Cushing, not my Betty.
Well, go ahead, Mel, but you'll learn that before marriage, everything's wonderful. You're happy. You're in clover.
And after the marriage?
Poison ivy. Well, Mel, I've got to be on my way now. Of course, you'll be at the lodge meeting tonight, won't you?
Oh, gosh, mighty potentate, I can't make it.
What? Every loyal zebra should be there, and especially you, inasmuch as it was your vote that got Mr. Colby into the lodge, and we're initiating him tonight.
But, Mr. Cushing, I can't go. I promised to mind Mrs. Adams' baby.
I don't care if you promise to mind Mrs. Adams. Now, you'll be there. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. But I still don't think I can be there.
No, you better be there if you know which side your ugga is buttered on.
Oh, this is terrible. I'm supposed to go to the lodge. I've got to mind Julius. Mr. Colby's going to announce my engagement. I wonder what Gary Cooper would say in a spot like this. I know. Yep.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, I've been told, can make a love affair grow cold. So don't let any breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, spoil your chance of romance. You'll be wise to do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller and the Sportsmen doing I Feel a Song Coming On.
I feel a song coming on, and I'm warning you, it's a victorious, happy and glorious new strain. Oh, I feel a song coming on. It's a melody full of the laughter of children out after the rain. You'll hear a tuneful story ringing through ya, love and glory, hallelujah, and now that my troubles are gone, let those heavenly drums go on drumming, 'cause I feel a song coming on.
Well, Mel is still looking for someone to mind the baby so he can attend the initiation of his future father-in-law, Mr. Colby, at the lodge meeting tonight. Right now, he's exhausted his list of friends. We find him working on Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
But listen, Tommy, you're my friend, aren't you?
Look, Mel, when you mention friendship, you touch me deeply. When you mention old time's sake, you touch me deeply. Now, do you really want to touch me deeply?
Yeah.
Mention money.
That's a fine way to talk to your future brother-in-law.
Huh? You call that a future? Hey, Mel, look, here comes your helper, Zuki. Why don't you get him to mind the baby?
Hi, Mel. Zuki, I've been looking for you all day long. Where have you been?
Well, I was here
Never mind. Just stay here and take care of Mrs. Adams' baby. I'm going down to the lodge meeting. Come on, Tommy. So long, Zuki.
What happened? Oh, gosh, it's Julie, a baby. Oh, he's sleepy. I'll sing him a lullaby. Rock-a-bye baby on the tree. Rock-a-bye baby on the tree. I better get down off this tree. Oh, what a nice baby. Oh, go. Thanks. Gee, I like babies. They touch a soft spot in my... Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Zuki. Where's Mel?
Oh, he went to the lodge meeting a long time ago.
He did? Well, that's odd. I stopped at Doc Brown's house, and he'd left, too. That's funny they left without me. I wonder why.
Well, if you want to ask my opinion, Mr. Colby...
Yes?
I haven't got any.
Well, frankly, I'm a bit hurt. I was going to tell Mel that he, perhaps could announce his engagement to Betty. And he didn't even wait for me.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Colby, I got to get back to the baby.
Yes, I was going to announce the Baby?
Yeah, I love babies. Especially when they're 1 mummy, 3 mummy, when they're 5 mummy, 17 years old.
Zuki, whose baby is that?
Well, you see, Mel,
Mel's baby? Mel's been two-timing Betty.
Mr. Colby, don't get upset.
No wonder he didn't wait for me to go to the meeting. Yes, he was afraid to face me.
You got Mel all
I'm going down there. I'm going down there and break every bone in his body.
But. Oh, poor Mel. When Colby gets a hold of him, he'll tear him to pieces. He'll rip him up. He'll break every bone in his body. Is there a doctor in the house?
I now call this meeting to order in the name of the benevolent order of Lyle Zebras. The members will now rise and give the password.
Boo!
Brother Blank, we have finished saying the password.
Oh, I'm not saying the password. Brother Miller has the hiccups, and I'm trying to scare it out of him.
I see. And now Brother Ross will read the minutes of the last meeting.
Because the lodge hall was closed for repairs, the last meeting was held in the back of Brother Murphy's Bar and Grill. First time in 3 years everyone attended. Brother Colby was voted in, and in celebration of the event, Brother Murphy brought in a round of beers. We quickly dispensed with old business. Brother Blank made a resolution to take $100 out of the treasury for the community chest. Resolution was passed. Brother Murphy brought in another round of beer. At this point, mighty potentate Cushing made a resolution to dispose of his wife. It was passed unanimously. And Brother Murphy brought in another round of beer. Brother Miller fell out of the window. A resolution was passed to petition Congress to make Murphy's Bar and Grill a national shrine.
Brother Murphy fell out of the window. Another round of beers was passed. The neighbors complained, and the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Brother Ross. And now, members, as you know, Brother Colby will be initiated tonight. That's why he was invited late. We will give him the husband and wife initiation, which we used on Doc Brown. Brother Blank, we call upon you to initiate Mr. Colby.
Me? Oh, I can't do it. Mr. Colby is just about to announce my engagement to his daughter. And if I give him the husband and wife initiation, he's liable to call the whole thing off.
Oh, Brother Blank, you've always bragged about being an actor. This is your chance.
Well, yeah. Say, that's a good idea. And besides, he's made my life plenty miserable. This is my chance to get even with him.
He's coming up the steps, and he's raving mad.
Uh-oh, give me that wig and that dress. I'm really going to give it to him.
Now, everybody out. Dim the lights, dim the lights. Go out there and make it good, Mel.
Okay.
Mel Blanc, when I get my hands on...
Oh, gosh, it's dark in here. Well, what's happening? Where is everybody? There's nobody here.
Nobody but little old me and big fat you.
Well, there's supposed to be a meeting of the zebras here. And...
Well, if you're looking for a zebra, you don't want me. I'll just run along.
Oh, no, don't do that. Stay a while. What's your name?
Lulabelle Feigenstein Holt.
Lulabelle, what a beautiful name.
Y'all can call me Miss Feigenstein Holt. Golly, I just get goosebumpy all over being all alone with a big, handsome man like you.
Did you say handsome?
That's what I said. I said handsome. Handsome, that is. You northern boys are so strong. Do y'all mind if I feel your muscles? My, you got real Yankee muscles. Way up north. All around your head. Mind if I call you Musclehead?
A girl like you can call me anything.
Oh, I'll bet if you ever took me in your arms, you could crush me to a pulp.
Lulabelle, if I ever took you all in my arms, I wouldn't waste time of crushing you.
No? What would you do?
I'd kiss you.
Oh! Well, you can kiss me if you catch me.
Well, here I go. Oh!
There you went.
Lulabelle, you tripped me.
Oh, no, I didn't. I kicked you.
Now, come here, Lulabelle. I was just trying to show you some northern hospitality.
Well, you ain't going to get any southern comfort from me. Oh, well, pardon me. I got to leave the room a moment. You wait right here.
Here, Mel, change into these clothes, quick. You're terrific. When Colby tried to kiss you, we thought we'd die.
Yeah, it made me sick, too.
Okay, go on in now. Here's the shotgun.
Yeah.
Is that you, Lulabelle? Well, come in.
Aha! You thought you'd get away, you all, huh? What? You've been trifling with the affections of my wife, Lulabelle Feigenstein Holt. Your wife? Oh, what a ghastly mistake. How dare you call my wife a ghastly mistake? I'm going to take this gun and blow your brains out. Please, Mr. Feigenstein Holzen. Don't shoot me. I'm a good citizen. I work hard. I support a family. I pay my taxes. And when election time comes around, I go to the polls and vote. Oh, a Republican! That's a last straw. I'm going to fill you so full of holes, you're going to look like cream cheese. Don't you mean Swiss cheese? No, I changed my mind. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. So if you have anything further to say...
I can't come in. I'm coming in anyway. Where's Mel Blanc? Zuki, I don't see Mel Blanc anywhere.
Oh, that's him over there, Mrs. Adams, with a gun in his hand.
What? You're Mel Blanc? Why, I'll tear you limb from limb.
Now, don't get excited, Musclehead. I mean, Mr. Colby.
I have never been so humiliated in... Hey, what is this? What's going on around here?
We just initiated you, Brother Colby, and you passed with flying colors.
Well, anyway, Mel Blanc, I've got own score to settle with you. You, the father of this child. Why, I'll annihilate you.
What? Mel, the father of this child? Julius, did you hear what that man said?
There you see, Mr. Colby?
Well, Mel, my boy, I'm sorry. Oh, I see. It's just been a big joke, that's all, huh?
Oh, maybe it's funny to you, but Mel Blanc, you left my child with Zuki all night, and now look what happened.
What?
Listen to Julius.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And this is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With Fred Allen, folks, 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. La-di-da with our guest star, Bert Lauer, that cowardly fugitive from the Wizard of Oz. Music with Peter Van Steeden, with All-American Swing Quartet from Merrimack. And with the sensational singing star of The Voice from Syracuse, Win Murray. The time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show.
Good morning, good morning. It's great to stay up late. Good morning to you. When the band began to play, the stars were shining bright. The milkman's on his way. It's too late to say good night. So good morning, good morning. Sunbeams will soon fall through. Good morning to you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, any similarity between the next voice you will hear and any living voice is purely coincidental and a figment of the acoustics. The unfortunate owner of this nasal impediment is Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we assemble with good intentions.
Never mind the good intentions, Fred. How are your jokes?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Harry. You know, radio is the one industry where the law of averages doesn't function. In radio, it always seems that a comedian's intentions and his jokes are direct opposites.
And you're here with good intentions tonight, Fred.
The best, Harry.
Well, I'll be back later, Fred.
Now, no, you don't. Wait a minute. You're going to stay right here with me and swelter. Gee, it's sure hot in here tonight, isn't it? Hey, Pete.
Yeah?
When the band plays the next number, tell the trombones to blow over this way, will you?
What for?
To get a little relief from this hot air around here.
Why don't you stop talking?
Now, if you're trying to get me hot under the collar, Mr. Van Steeden, the humidity has beaten you to it. Look, I show you in here. You see? See, I've never seen heat like this in October, Harry. Have you?
This is Indian summer, Fred.
Well, we just had one Indian summer in September.
Yeah. Well, I guess this year it's a double feature.
You think it is? Yeah. Well, it certainly was hot Saturday. I went up to see that Alabama-Fordham game, remember?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
It got so hot in the first quarter, Fordham took out their fullback and put in a good humor man. In the second, he had trouble going around the ends with his wagon, I might. In the they threw his vanilla for a loss, didn't they? In the second quarter, they took the pigskin off the ball and put on a cretonne cover. And towards the end of the game, you know, it finally got so hot. Say that, you know, that knock just came in time, Harry. That next hot joke wasn't so hot. Fortunately. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yeah?
Are you back on the air for good?
Yes.
That's done it. Goodbye, all.
Wait a minute. Hold him, Harry.
I got him. Go ahead.
You came in here last Wednesday night. You pulled that same line, and then you shot yourself.
I know, but last week I missed.
Well, he didn't miss himself tonight.
You know, we ought to do this show in a morgue, Harry. It would save a lot of cleaning up around here.
Huzzah for salutations, and welcome back.
Now, wait, what is this? An echo in the studio? Wasn't that your speech last week, Portland?
Yes, but I didn't get a chance to say it.
Well, it's a little late to welcome me back now. You heard the show last week.
Oh, was that the show?
Uh-huh.
Mama said it was your rehearsal.
Oh, no. We, last week was the first program. Don't believe all you hear. Didn't your mother hear it?
Only part of it.
What happened?
In the middle of the program, Mama's portable radio got down off the table and went into the closet.
The portable radio walked out on me. Well, that proves at least that this program is going places. Say, Harry, even if it's only in closets. Say, Harry, did you hear? You know, closets are handy with the moths in the closets and the Millers on the program. Say, Harry, let it go. That's enough. Say, Harry, did you hear any comments on last week's Fandango? Cross your heart.
No, Fred. I went right home and stayed in the house all week.
Oh, right after the... Well, how about you, P?
I didn't hear anybody speak right out, but...
I knew that was coming. That little conjunction. But what?
The sponsor was seen talking to Phil Baker.
Through an interpreter, I suppose. Well, I'm getting nowhere in high. Well, look, did anyone see any notices, anything in the papers?
I didn't see your name mentioned.
But I did see a notice in Winchell's column. It could have meant you.
Yeah, what did Walter say?
The line read, "What comedian is on his last egg?"
What? Mr. Van Steeden, did you ever have any hair on your head as a baby?
No, I was as bald as a honeydew.
And your mother was nearsighted, wasn't she?
How did you know?
By your conversation. You are slap happy.
I don't get it.
Yes. How does Peter being bald as a baby and his mother being nearsighted make him slap happy?
Well, she must have spanked him on the head.
If that's wit, I'm an icky.
Well, that's wit.
Then I'm an icky.
Van Steeden? Is that fellow who's on his last egg says company now, if you didn't know. Van Steeden, you are a keen judge of character, which line is no longer needed since you blew the other one. Where was I?
You were trying to find out about last week's program.
Oh, yes. Somebody must have heard it beside that guy on Variety. Let me see. Win Murray.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Now, what was the reaction out your way? Where do you live?
In Jackson Heights.
Oh, Jackson Heights. That's a suburb of the World's Fair, isn't it?
Yes, Jackson Heights overlooks the fair.
Well, that was the trouble. Jackson Heights started overlooking the fair, and a trend set in. You know, I hear that next summer they're going to start conscription to get people to go to the fair. If you get in Class 1A, you have to pack up and leave right away.
I wouldn't know, Mr. Allen.
Oh, well, that's beside the point, as Grover said when he put the Perisphere next to the Trilon. What I really want to know, Win, is this. Did you hear anyone around Jackson Heights speaking about last week's program?
Only my family.
And what did your family allow?
They said there wasn't enough of me on the program.
There wasn't enough? Is there any more of you put on the program?
No, this is all of me, thank heaven.
Gosh, I'd hate to have you on my mind, Win.
You'd sure have a load.
Yes, I would.
Oh, don't pay any attention to Mr. Allen, Win.
Nobody else around here does, Win.
Oh, I can take it.
Oh, I'm only kidding, Winnie. I'm just trying to find out how I can improve the program.
Well, I can recite.
I can tear off the jive.
Now, wait a minute, everybody. This may be trouble. Come in.
You want an opinion?
You heard the program?
Yes.
And?
It's too slow.
You mean?
Speed it up.
I should.
That's it. Bang, bang, bang. Goodbye.
He must be in a fast business.
I make minute rub. So long.
Minute rub.
Gee, that was the sponsor.
You heard what he said, Alan. Want speed.
Okay, the sponsor wants speed. That's what he's going to get. Now, on your toes, everybody. We'll start the program over. Take it away, Pete.
All right, panel, Sal presents. And here he is.
Thank you, and
here she is.
Hello?
Well, you can't get it any faster than that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Win Murray sings for you from Yokel Boy that popular song, Come Love.
After the storm comes the rainbow, peeping through the sun. Then the dawn of the day takes your troubles away. Comes love, comes trouble, comes a rainstorm. Put your rubbers on your feet, comes a snowstorm. You can get a little heat, comes love. Nothing can be done. Comes a fire, and you know just what to do. Blow a tire, you can buy another shoe. Comes love, nothing can be done. Don't try hiding, 'cause there isn't any use. You start sliding when your heart turns on the juice. comes a headache. You can lose it in a day, comes a toothache. See the dentist right away, comes love. Nothing can be done. Comes a heat wave, you can hurry to the shore. Comes a summer. Comes love, nothing can be done. Comes the measles, you can quarantine the room. Comes a mousey. Comes love, nothing can be done. That's all, brother, if you've ever been in love. That's all, brother. You know when I'm speaking of comes a nightmare. You can always stay away. Comes depression. Comes love. Nothing can be done.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, and... Oh, alackaday.
Well, what's wrong, Fred?
Well, I'm worried about myself these days, Harry.
Oh, spots in front of your eyes?
Oh, worse than that. Unfinished sentences ringing in my ears.
Say, that sounds pretty grim, but I don't quite get the idea.
Well, Saturday I was riding on a bus. A woman in back of me said, so I stepped to the edge of the roof, closed my eyes, counted 10, and...
And what, Fred?
And the woman got off the bus.
Oh.
I lay awake all night, Harry, wondering what happened next.
Yeah, I see.
Last night, coming out of the theater, I heard Ann say, look at that girl in red. Is she beautiful? My mistake. And, Harry, I can't figure that one out either.
Well, no, wait, Fred. Let's see. Maybe the girl really was beautiful, and then she smiled, an unattractive smile that spoiled that whole first impression of loveliness. For you know, ladies and gentlemen, that a smile can make or mar your attractiveness. But it's even more important to know that the daily use of Ipana toothpaste can help you have a winning smile. You see, Ipana is especially designed not only to clean and brighten your teeth, but when used with massage, to help give your gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. That's why so many dentists advise this easy, modern routine.
Every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums. Notice the remarkable difference the very first time you use Ipana this way. Notice the pleasant, tingling sensation as circulation speeds up and lazy gums start to waken.
So make up your mind right now to stop at your drugstore tomorrow for an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste and help yourself to healthier gums and brighter teeth. The perfect combination for a winning smile. The Ipana smile.
Peter Van Steeden and his sawed-off Ipana troubadours have just played The Little Man Who Wasn't There. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our midget quiz. This is the shortest quiz in radio. Portland has selected 3 people from our studio audience to act as sort of an impromptu committee. Each person will be asked only one question. Each question pays $10. This quiz is entirely unrehearsed, ladies and gentlemen, and I can assure you that nothing has been prepared. If the contestants win any money when the time comes to settle, I shall prove that I am entirely unprepared. And now, is your committee ready, Portland?
Yes, it is.
And our first contestant is...
Mr. Vincent Moore.
Mr. Moore, how do you do?
Fine, thanks, Mr. Allen.
Do you live in New York, do you, Mr. Moore?
I do, Mr. Allen.
You live here in New York?
Yes.
And what is your occupation, may I ask?
Bartender.
You're a bartender, are you?
Bartender, yes.
You're a contact man for backers, huh? You haven't brought any samples with you tonight, have you? I wish you'd come around a little before the program. We could have used a bartender. I was looking for somebody to put a head on Van Stevens. Yours is not a profession to be laughed at, Mr. Moore. There are a great many changes, I know, have come to the bartending profession lately, haven't they?
That's right.
Say, what became of those old guys, the old walrus mustache guys, and the other fellows who used to draw the sick pictures on the mirrors? What became of them?
Oh, yes, but on the WPA now, Mr. Allen.
But, they'll come back strong. Of course, you can't tell a tavern today. Most of them look like tea shops. And the old-fashioned bloated bartender, he's gone. The boys all look like clerks now. They tell me there's a tavern over on Park Avenue where it looks like a tea shop. They even have a fortune teller in there. A lady goes around and reads the olives in your martini. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. And do you want to add a short resume to what's been going on here?
No, I think I had enough, Mr. Allen.
No, I was just trying to give the folks an idea of our committee before we get started. Now, next, Portland.
Miss Doris Riley.
Miss Riley, how are you tonight?
Oh, just fine.
Do you live here in New York, do you?
No, I'm from Boston.
You live in Boston, do you?
Yes.
That's a peculiar thing. I, too, come from Boston, Mass. The only difference is I guess you came voluntarily and I came by request. May I ask your occupation, Miss Riley?
Telephone operator.
Telephone operator, are you? And where?
Boston Consolidated Gas Company.
In the Boston Consolidated Gas?
Yes.
Really? But it's not a laughing gas company. It just shows you what a small world this is, Miss Riley. My brother Bob works up there for the Boston Consolidated Gas Company. He's up there in Everett making gas in Boston, and I'm over here making gas. Are you here on just a pleasure trip, are you, a little visit?
Just over the weekend.
Just over the weekend. New York will be a great city if they ever get it finished. Have you looked around?
No, I haven't had time. I just get in.
Did you miss the L on 6th Avenue? They took it down, and then when they saw what 6th Avenue looked like, they were going to put it back up. Well, I hope you have a very pleasant weekend here, Miss Riley, and give my regards to my brother when you go up home again.
I surely will.
Thank you. And next, Portland.
Mr. Clyde Dorr.
Mr. Dorr, how are you? You live in New York, do you?
I do.
You live in New York. We're lucky tonight. We're getting all people from the home here. What may I ask your profession?
I'm a chiropractor, Mr. Allen.
A chiropractor, are you really? Well, I'm very happy to meet another chiropractor. You know, we have a chiropractor on the program here. Uncle Jim is an old retired chiropractor. He finally gave it up. He decided that he couldn't go on doing things behind people's backs.
Maybe he's wise as that, Mr. Allen.
Well, I don't know. I think he gives treatments occasionally. I saw an installment collector around here this morning mention something about an adjustment to Uncle Jim. Well, now we'll get down to our quiz. We only have 3 questions here. It doesn't make much difference whether they're answered or not, because you win even if you lose. First, Mr. Moore, I'm going to ask you, this question was filched from the world of books. Mr. John Steinbeck, the author of Mice and Men, recently wrote a new book which he called The Grapes of Wrath. Now, do you know from what the title of the book was taken? Was it a well-known book, play, or opera? The Grapes of Wrath?
Let me think for a minute, Mr. Arnold.
Yes, I will. I'm very happy I could join you. If I was equipped, I certainly would. Do you know where Mr. Steinbeck got The Grapes of Wrath?
No, I couldn't answer that one.
Well, it was taken from the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He's tramping out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. And now, Miss Riley, your question. Millions of dollars are spent in advertising each year to popularize slogans. Now, I'm going to ask you to complete these supposedly well-known slogans. Quick, Henry.
The flip.
Good to.
Good to?
Quiet. Good to the last.
Oh, good last drop.
Very good. Call for that man who's never answered. The little man who wasn't there. Call for Phil.
Oh, Philip Morris.
Philip Morris, right? I'd walk a mile for what?
Walk a mile for a... Now, isn't it awful?
Well, it is if you own one, but you walk a mile for... Hold down, I remember on our own... Miss Riley? A camel. He told you I'll have to take a little off of the camel. They and they what?
They and they what?
They, that slogan, the cigarette slogan, they what?
They and they what?
Well, it's all right. I'll overlook that. As far as I'm concerned, you're correct. I don't know what the other one was myself. And now, Mr. Dorr, this is a question of etiquette. If you are dining in a cafe and your napkin slips from your lap, is it considered good form to pick it up?
I would say no.
You are perfectly right. The waiter will give you a fresh napkin. If you're eating in the cafeteria, of course, you can either throw a moth under the table to eat the napkin up, or if it's a paper napkin, etiquette says, Miss Poe says that you can throw water on the paper napkin, stoop down, make a large spitball out of it. Next one here. Well, this really concludes our quiz. We have another feature we're going to start next week, ladies and gentlemen. It's called the Question of the Week. You know, on all these programs, the Round Table out in Chicago and the Forum and the Town Hall, all have experts talking on the vital topics of the day. Now, next week we're going to start a little series here, letting the little man discuss with me, if he can get a word in edgewise, the topics of the day. Now, I want to thank you all for being so kind to us and helping us out tonight, and I'm going to present you each with a gift box containing all of the Bristol-Myers products, including Ipana and Salopatica. The meeting is now adjourned, and thank you very, very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs. Their song is dedicated to the Internal Revenue Department tonight. It's called Do You Ever Think of Me? Another song about you, do you ever think of me? When you whisper, I can't live without you, do you ever think of me? And when your eyes disguise the same old love and lies, you tell so tenderly, deep in your heart I'm feeling when some heart you're stealing. Do you ever think of me? Do you ever think of me? Do you ever think of me? When you have another's arms about you, do you ever think of me? Do you ever think of me? When you whisper, I can't live without you,
Do you ever stop to think of me? And when your eyes disguise the same old love and lies, you tell to all your new loves, oh, so tenderly, tenderly, deep in your heart I'm feeling when somebody else's heart you're stealing. Tell me, do you ever think of me? Deep within your heart I'm feeling when some heart you're stealing. Do you ever think of me?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. According to my timely little reminder notebook, I see there are only 74 more days before Christmas. So this is a very good time to give you a few hints on your Yuletide shopping.
Pardon me, Fred, but don't you think a hint on tomorrow's shopping list would be a little more timely?
Well, Miss Von Zell, if you want to quibble, yes, I do.
Well, then, ladies and gentlemen, I'd suggest that tomorrow you go to your druggist and get a tube of iPana toothpaste to help you have brighter teeth, firmer gums, and the kind of a smile you can be really proud of. You see, ladies and gentlemen, our teeth are seldom bright and sparkling when our gums are soft and tender. And the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat do not give our gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. So, frequently, pink toothbrush appears, the first warning signal of tender, ailing gums. When you see that, by all means, see your dentist. You may not be in for serious trouble, but let him decide. Usually, his verdict will be,
your gums are robbed of work by the soft, well-cooked food you eat. They need more exercise to keep them firm and healthy.
And very often, he will add,
your gums will respond to the healthful stimulation of iPana toothpaste and massage.
So brush your teeth and massage your gums with iPana regularly to help your gums to healthful firmness and to have cleaner, brighter teeth. Help give your smile a new and sparkling loveliness by faithfully using iPana toothpaste. The Fred Allen Show will continue immediately after a short pause for your station identification.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our invited guest, a man who comes to glorify the evening, a comedian. Oh, now, wait a minute, Harry. Try to hold in.
Well, I can't hold in, Fred. I just saw him outside. Does he look funny?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this hilarious chap is... Oh, now, Portland.
I saw him in The Wizard of Oz. Oh, boy, is he a wow.
Quiet, you two.
That guy's a riot.
Yes, that's what everybody says, folks. Meet the funniest man in the world, Bert Lahr. Thank you.
You're a scream, Mr. Lahr.
Well, thanks a lot, everybody, for this boisterous welcome.
Well, Bert, you're the funniest man in the world, so I'm going to keep quiet now and just let you get funny.
Well, Fred,
let's go, Bertie, old boy.
Well, this is embarrassing, Fred. I don't know how to tell you.
Well, you tell me what, Bert?
I don't feel funny.
Bert, after that build-up, you don't feel funny.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, I guess. I was funny all morning. I had the chambermaid screaming around the hotel. The two I caught.
Well, if you were funny around the...
I was funny all afternoon.
You were?
Over in Lindy's, a fly flew in my soup.
Yeah?
I called the waiter over and said... Take this soup spoon and bring me a fly swatter.
Did they laugh?
Laugh? 20 diners dropped their ration forms. That's what I can't understand, Fred. All day long, you might say, I've been a pixie on the wing, a gay blade, a spontaneous pantaloon.
But right now,
I don't feel funny.
I heard you on Bing Crosby's program, Mr. Lar, and you were witty.
I was brilliant, Portland. Remember that gag I told about the two patients meeting in Mayo's clinic? The first patient says, oh, this will kill you. The first patient says, I'm aching from neuritis. And the second patient says, I'm Mandelbaum from Chicago. Yeah, I was a rowdy that night. I was in the groove with Crosby.
Well, you don't. I can't understand what's the matter tonight. You don't think it's something mental?
Mental with me? Quit kidding.
Well, you know, it could be your libido, Bert.
Yeah, maybe it's my subconscious. Maybe I ought to see a psychoanalyst or something. You know, with Crosby, I was another man.
Oh, and could we use the other man right now? I can't understand why you can be funny with Crosby and with me, nothing.
Well, I don't know, Fred. I think I like to work with Bing. He gives me something.
Well, I'm giving you something.
Yeah, but with Bing it was money.
I see what you mean. You, in other words, are averse to barter.
Look, I'm broad-minded, Fred, but after all, what can I do with 200 tubes of toothpaste?
Yes, I get your point, Bert. After all, I'm a point killer. After all, if you don't feel funny, let's forget the comedy tonight. We'll just kibitz around and chew the fat. You know, the public can't always expect a comedian to be funny.
That's what I say. People think if one comedian is funny, two comedians should be twice as funny.
Oh, it's silly. Now, here we are, you and I. You're a comedian, and I'm a comedian. We're together. Are we twice as funny?
To the contrary. To coin a phrase.
To coin a phrase. Well, let's stop the whole thing. Say, how come you left Hollywood, Bert? You must have had a reason.
Yes, Fred. Hollywood went too far. It was up to me.
Well, what did you do?
It was my turn to go too far. So I got on a train and came east.
Oh, you mean out there you were getting in a rut artistically?
Yeah, I was tired of being a great lover.
You wanted to get away from it all?
Well, most of it. There was a little blonde at Metro who might have intrigued me, but the silly little mix let me get away.
You must have taken it hard.
I was momentarily frustrated.
Really?
I renounced the human race. I sought solace in the animal kingdom.
Oh, and that is how you came to play the lion in The Wizard of Oz?
I would have played a flea on Bulldog Drummond.
Well, you certainly did a swell job, Bert. You still look like a lion to me.
That's the trouble. I got too far into character. Why, I was even starting to molt.
I can tell by the top of your head there. Well, are you continuing your animal characterization?
Not me. I'm sick of making a living on all fours. I want to play Ibsen, Chekhov, Odette. You know, one of those parts where I keep sipping cyanide of potassium all through the second act.
But do you really think you can play one of those serious roles?
Why not? What have I got that if John Barrymore had, he'd get rid of right away?
But why should a successful comedian want to play tragedy?
Oh, I'm a ham at heart, Fred. Give me a pair of spats, a bamboo cane, and a nod from Waller Hampton, and I'm in ecstasy.
Say, what do you expect to do when you retire, Bert?
Oh, I don't know. I may open a small toll bridge or something.
Well, now now that we know your ambitions, what are you going to do here in the East besides fend off senility?
I'm going into a new musical show, a sequel to Amphitryon 39.
What's it called?
Butterfield 4230.
Does the show look like a hit?
Oh, yes. It's a little gem. We're rehearsing in Tiffany's window.
You're playing the lead, of course.
No, it's just a bit. 92 sides.
A bit.
Yeah, I'm on the stage 2 hours before the play begins. I'm ever present but unimportant.
Well, what sort of a show is it, Bert?
Well, the best way I can describe it is, it's a 17th century Hellzapoppin'.
I thought Hellzapoppin' went farther back than that. Some of those shows. Well, what character do you assume?
Well, in the first act, I'm a subdued knave.
A subdued knave.
In the second act, I'm a tippet mender.
Oh, you mend tippets, do you?
Yes. And in the last act, I play Gaspard Levine, the muscle man, in a bistro.
You run the artistic gamut, as it were.
Yes. I range from the tentatively foul to the delightfully obnoxious.
In other words, you ignore the audience's heartstrings to get right to their nostrils.
To put it bluntly, yes. My big scene is in the second act. As the tippet mender, I am discovered in Madame Pompadour's hope chest. Uh-huh. The king is bibbing in the anteroom. A Florentine enters. I suspect poltroonery. I chide Pompadour. When she is well chidden, I derate her. She is choose me. I gesundheit her. The Florentine offers to roll the dice for Pompadour's favors. The dice are cast. I'm undone. Curtain.
Just in time. It sounds like a great play, Bert.
Yes. They just grabbed the author for observation.
Are you singing in this show, Bert?
Well, nothing to speak of. I cajole Madame Pompadour with a chansonnette.
You do? Well, say, how about a little chanson now, before you go?
I hoped you would ask me to sing tonight, Fred. I really did. Yes.
Why?
I want to get even with a guy in St. Paul.
And what form is your revenge taking, Bert?
Well, I'll catch up with an old request. Roses of Picardy.
Roses of Picardy. He's lost the words. Wait a minute, Peter.
I got him, friend. Roses shining in a Picardy, in the hush of the silver dew. Roses are blowing in the Picardy, but there's never a rose like you. And the roses will die with the summertime, and our rose may be far farther apart. But there's a one rose that dies a lot in a Picardy. Rose that I keep in my
Thank you. A wire has just come in from the management of the Baldwin Locomotive Works. Bert Lahr opens with Unit 701 next Thursday morning. Thank you, Bert. And now, Wynn, say, did you hear Bert's song, did you?
Yes, I was out in the hall.
Oh, you joined the audience, eh? You know, Bert is really the Orson Welles of song. But now, going from the raucous ridiculous to the vocal sublime, Wynn, I'm going to ask you to sing an antidote to sort of offset little Bertie's cadenza here. Now, what would you suggest?
Would you like to hear Johnny One Note?
Well, I certainly would.
Johnny could only sing one note, and the note he sang was this. Oh, poor Johnny One Note sang out with gusto and just overlorded the place. Poor Johnny One Note yelled willy-nilly until he was blue in the face. For holding one note was his age. Couldn't hear the brass, couldn't hear the drum. He was in a class by himself like gum. Poor Johnny One Note got in Aida, indeed a great chance to be brave. He took his one note, howled like the north wind, brought forth wind that made critics brave. While there he turned round in his grave, couldn't hear the flute or the big trombone. Everyone was mute. Johnny stood alone. Cats and dogs stopped yapping, lions in the zoo all were jealous at Johnny's big thrill. Thunderclaps stopped clapping, traffic ceased its roar, and they tell us Niagara stood still. He stopped the train, whistled, boat whistled, steam whistled, pop whistled, ball whistled, bow to his skill. Oh, sing Johnny One Note, sing out with gusto, and just overwhelm all the crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a discovery of mine, a gentleman whose imitation of birds and animals is positively astounding. His repertoire includes wild turkeys, bull moose, mockingbirds, and even the trumpeting of elephants.
Excuse me, Mr. Allen. Just seals tonight.
Just seals?
I'm sorry. Just seals.
Yes, but for an artist of your versatility...
Yes, I know it's humiliating, but I'm getting a cold, and no matter what I imitate, it sounds like a seal barking anyhow.
Oh, I am sorry.
Me too. I hate letting you down like this, but there just isn't anything I could do about it.
Oh, I think there is. Just you follow this very sensible suggestion of Harry Von Zer's.
Don't ever neglect a cold. At the very first warning sniffle or sneeze, take sparkling Sal Hepatica. For believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the sooner you do, the better. Because Sal Hepatica helps fast, and in these two very important ways.
First, Sal Hepatica is a quick yet gentle-acting laxative, and speed is mighty necessary in fighting a cold. Second, Sal Hepatica also helps nature counteract the acidity that so often accompanies a cold.
And because of this double help, Sal Hepatica is recommended by so many physicians. So do the wise thing. Get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica at any drugstore as soon as you can. Then, whenever anyone in your family feels the cold coming on, show them this intelligent, modern way to help fight that cold. With Sal Hepatica.
Peter Van Steeden and his reconditioned Ipana troubadours have just concluded a fruity rendition of An Apple for the Teacher. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the mighty Allen R players, whose notices after last week's performance were suppressed in 364 family newspapers throughout the country, take another chance. Tonight they offer a satire on big business. It's called Dr. Scollop's Quandary. Or, it was the Institute of Private Opinion's last check, and it bounced. Atmosphere, Peter.
Hello. Is this Vanderbilt 122456? This is the Scollop Institute of Private Opinion, madam. We're taking a poll on women's fashions. What is your opinion of the buckle? Oh, you wouldn't. It looks like a sunken knapsack. Thank you.
Oh, good morning, Miss Graff.
Good morning, Dr. Scollop.
Public Pulse Feeler number 1 is on the job, Miss Graff. Gad. I hate to put my muddy shoes up on that clean mahogany desk.
How did your shoes get so muddy?
I was chasing the man in the street, and he ran up an alley. But that's life in the survey game, Miss Graff. I've got to pry into people's private lives to find out what America thinks. Get me a number.
What number?
Any number.
Yes, sir.
I always call a preview number to warm up my questioning technique for the day's work.
Here's your party.
Hello? Scollop Institute of Private Opinion calling.
Hello?
Would you mind telling me how many lumps you found in your oatmeal at breakfast this morning?
I never...
How many people read your newspaper over your shoulder as you came downtown in the subway this morning?
I never...
Do you think a woman's place is in the home? And if so, what kind of a home?
I never answer questions.
No?
No, I ask them.
Who are you?
Professor Quiz.
I drew a statistical blank, Miss Graff. I'll try another number.
This telephone survey business is some profession.
Not profession, Miss Graff. It's a calling.
And what they're calling it is nobody's business.
And business is booming, Miss Graff. You know that I have just landed the Puma cigarette account? Their slogan is, don't forget your change, forget your cigarette.
Puma cigarette?
Yes, Puma Cigarettes have just started a new radio program starring that comedian, Bob O'Burl. Now, I'm starting a survey on O'Burl's popularity and a coincidental check on Puma cigarettes.
Shall I start calling?
As soon as I finish this unfinished business here on the... What's this graph running down the front of my coat?
Your fountain pen is leaking.
Oh, so it is. Remind me to blot myself later.
Yes, sir.
Did you put through that survey on hamburger preference? With or without onions?
Yes, I called 500 hamburger stands.
And your final results were?
300 wrong numbers and 199 busy signals.
That's 499. You did get one number.
Yes. I spoke to a man who had just eaten 6 hamburgers with onions.
What did he say?
I couldn't write it down. It was a sound.
Oh. We should have taken a recording. It was obviously a departed calorie voting its approval. Come in.
Hello, Soap. Yes, sir. Who am I?
You want a survey taken to decide?
No, quit kidding. But I'm Bob O'Burl, a radio comedian. Yes, sir.
You've just started on the Puma cigarette program.
That's me, yes, sir.
What brings you here, O'Burl?
Well, I hear you're taking a poll on my radio popularity.
That's right, O'Burl.
Yes?
The Puma Cigarette Company is spending $100,000 to find out if America is really listening to your program.
Yeah?
Your job depends on the Dr. Scollop survey, O'Burl.
Yeah?
The Scollop Institute of Private Opinion is at work this very moment.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How am I doing, Doc?
I'll check up for you.
Clunk, Vice President in charge of radio, darn it, speaking.
What are the figures on Bob O'Burl as of this very minute, Clunk?
Telephone cost $2,000, Chief.
Tentative results?
1,998. Always listen to him.
And the other two?
One party was deaf, the other was a sponsor.
Check, Clunk.
Check, Chief.
Well, how am I doing, Doc?
Phenomenally, O'Burl.
Yeah?
You are compiling the best record my institute has ever polled.
Thanks, Doc. Well, I'm off to see a guy who's got the measles. I'll be back in a flash with a rat.
If America likes that guy, it's time the Indians took over again.
The scallop check is foolproof, Miss Graff. The nation is Burl-minded. Hit me any number at random.
Yes, sir.
I'll prove the public likes Bobo Burl.
Here you are.
Hello?
Shirley Greenspan's residence. Mademoiselle Greenspan responding. So much no.
This is the Scallop Institute of Private Opinion, madam. You like Bobo Burl?
Oh, small. You're guessing the wrong number, Bobo.
Who is this?
I'm not telling you who is this, and you aren't telling me who is that.
This is the Scallop Institute.
So nothing is wrong with my scallop. I got the full head here, thank you.
No, madam. What do you think of Bobo Burl?
Again, Mr. Boyle, cutting out the double talk body.
But, madam...
Getting off the line, Asher, or I am complaining to Fiorella.
Now, listen, I am...
My husband is coming. Calling me back in 5 minutes, darling.
Well, I'll be...
Shall I send you a memo confirming it?
That's what I get for interfering in Clunk's department. What's this note here on my desk?
It's a memo from the wristwatch king.
Pullover?
Yes. He wants to know the results of your survey on dunking.
Oh, yes. Pullover is designing a coffee-proof wristwatch for habitual dunkers. He wants a nationwide check on dunkers' habits. Take down these messy statistics, Miss Graff.
Yes, sir.
Composite conclusion, 62% of all Americans dunk.
Check.
18% are neat dunkers. They hold a spoon under their crullers to catch the seepage. 12% are sloppy dunkers. They wring their donuts out after dunking. Get these figures right off to Pullover.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Soap. Yes, sir.
Now, what is it now, O'Burl? I am a busy man.
I know, Doc, but how about this popularity poll? It's got me worried.
Now, these semi-minute checks are highly irregular, O'Burl, but I will, in this instant, call again.
Clark speaking. Still Vice President in charge of radio, pending angina pectoris.
Now, before you are stricken, Clunk, what is the flash report on Bob O'Burl?
I'm still calling, Doctor.
Yes?
Last 500 phone calls unanimous. Everyone crazy about Bob O'Burl. It's staggering.
You are?
No, it is.
Oh. Okay, Clunk.
Okay.
Gad, O'Burl, you're a vogue.
Yeah.
If these figures continue, you'll pass the fireside chats any minute.
Well, I'm off to visit my drunken uncle. He's an awful stew, and I do mean stew.
Well, he certainly kills him. And the sooner the better. Get me a number, Miss Graff.
Yes, sir.
I have got to check on the public's reaction to the Puma cigarette.
Ready, sir.
Hello?
Yeah?
The Scallop Institute calling, madam.
Yeah?
Have you tried the new Puma cigarette, madam?
Yeah.
What is your opinion?
There's too many syllables in Puma. Take off the M.A. and what have you got?
P.U.
That's my opinion.
Why, you have all these... This is what... Why, that wrong number. I'll find someone who likes Puma cigarettes if I have to start smoking them myself. Who is this?
Where is Dr. Scott?
Faulkner Q. Pingree. The president of Puma Cigarettes.
Yes, Faulkner Q. Pingree.
We were just talking.
I'm going to do the talking now, Scallop.
Yes, Faulkner Q.
What are these phony reports you've been sending me about my radio program?
It's the biggest thing on the air. Your comedian is...
He's putrid. I've asked all my friends about this Bob O'Burl. None of them can stand him.
Now, you're wrong, Mr. Pingree. Our phone survey gives Bob O'Burl 100% rating.
Your survey's in the bunk.
Figures don't lie.
Scallop, our contract is canceled.
But I can prove that people are listening to O'Burl, Mr. Pingree. My assistant, Clunk, has been phoning radio owners all day.
You've got to show me, Scallop.
I can show. I'll show you Clunk's results, Mr. Pingree.
Well, make it snappy, Scallop. I've got a conference at Beaten Bat and People's Cat.
Well, one of them is bound to wait for you. Clunk's office is down the hall, right through here.
Right.
This man, Clunk, you know, does nothing but phone unsuspecting people hour upon hour. He is neurotic, but infallible. Here's his office here.
What do you think of Bob O'Burl, mister? Oh, you're nuts about him? Okay.
Well, Clunk, how goes your rendezvous with Desmo?
Oh, hello, Chief. Gosh, this Bob O'Burl poll is a landslide. I just got 50 more favorable reports.
Now, there you are, Mr. Pingree. That proves something.
Yes, it proves there's something screwy going on around here, Scallop.
That adjective, Mr. Pingree, is repulsive.
Wait a minute. Look at that telephone wire near the bottom.
Gosh, Chief, my phone wire's been cut.
What's this? Another wire's hooked onto it. Somebody has tapped this line.
That second wire leads next door, Scallop. What's in there?
That's an empty office.
I'll find out who's at the bottom of this survey sabotage. I'm going to look in that next office.
All right.
Yes, sir. I just adore Bob O'Burl. His jokes are simply precious. Yes, sir.
O'Burl! What are you doing here?
Why... hello, Mr. Pingree.
What is this wiretapping skullduggery, O'Burl?
I'll tell you what it is, Scallop.
No.
O'Burl knew that nobody listened to his program.
No.
He tapped your Scallop survey wires. He sat in here all day, disguising his voice, pretending to be the great American public.
Is this true, O'Burl?
Yes, Dr. Scallop. You caught me with my rating down.
That is the last straw, Scallop. I'm through with you. I'm through with polls. I'm through with radio comedians.
Fine. Well, this proves something the sponsor should have guessed long ago.
What's that?
Many a radio comedian who's on top of a pole should really be hung at half-mast. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we preview the highlights of next week's show, we'd like to pass along a very important thought, if you will, Harry.
But don't ever forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can never look your best unless you feel your best. That's why we hope you'll always remember the advice of so many physicians. Whenever you feel sluggish and under the weather, or whenever you have a headache resulting from a stomach that's upset because of overindulgence in eating or drinking, sparkling Sal Hepatica helps give you a faster comeback. You see, if you take something with a laxative action only, you do nothing to counteract excess gastric acidity. But Sal Hepatica does both. It not only brings you speedy yet gentle relief, it also counteracts excess gastric acidity, which chases that sickish feeling fast. So get an inexpensive bottle of Sal Hepatica at your drugstore tomorrow. Remember, the better you feel, the better you look, and the more you're admired. And you feel better faster when you take gentle, quick-acting Sal Hepatica.
And that about concludes the business for this evening, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, next Wednesday evening, we bring you football prognostications.
The score of the Cornell-Princeton game next Saturday will be Cornell, Triple Title, Princeton, Virgil.
Your song of the week.
A pineapple for the teacher, a pineapple for the...
Now,
I go to the...
Now, that's an apple for the teacher, not pineapple.
I'm going to reform school, brother.
Oh, you would. And our guest star next week will be...
that famous singing cowboy, Gene Autry.
And music.
The selection Good Morning is from Babes in Arms. This is the National Broadcasting Company.